Since we're live now, we cannot say a couple of things. I'm gonna say them anyway.
Oh
penis.
fuck! Oh my god! You can't keep getting away with this.
I said it.
Now it's time to post my ad
Well,
everywhere.
looks like you're banned.
Oh, how many of these are spelling mistakes?
All of them.
Oh man, there's a lot. Nope, they're all just names. Good. I'm hot.
I mean, you're always rocking the tank top, which is an A+.
I gotta look.
choice.
I gotta look. I got a brand to protect. Also, I get really sweaty when I'm playing D&D, so
Tank top, kettlebell. This guy works out. This guy
I call
goes
this
to
the
gym.
JTT.
I don't know what that is.
Jonathan Taylor Thomas, you stupid ignorant slut.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
The greatest actor of the 1990s.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, that's the 1990s haircut right there with the
It
little,
is.
with the little curl over right there.
It's not intentional. It's just muggy, and I can't get a haircut here yet. All right. Time to spam this everywhere.
Boom. First.
Boom. He's too
PB right
fast.
there. Wow.
First where?
First slug. Whoa.
My ass is like, whoa.
Oh, first smug. Yeah, well, now Shy can't fucking censor
Well,
you.
That's
Yeah,
the
I guarantee you.
workaround, right?
I guarantee you. Sunshine's just not going to do it. Every time, every time he says he'll message someone, they don't do it. Although they might, maybe. Hey, Devil, what's up? Oh, I gotta change. Well, they'll be here before I go live. Don't forget to change your name to Charlemagne.
Good to see. You're on it. Because I need those reminders. And I need the
Newbie.
reminders to do it back.
What's up, dude? Thank you for the subscription to Moonlight. Congratulations on getting the best emote on Twitch. Zoggers. Wait, two best emotes? Zoggers and Heat. I love Heat. I think that's not. I mean, I'm biased, but I think it's a good ass emote. Boom, boom, boom. My friend wrote this song, chat. Isn't it cool?
DMCA.
What?
You're getting DMCA'd.
My friend wrote it. He's
Yeah.
pretty hard up for money. he might come after me. Although I sent him Moonlight bucks for writing it. He specifically wrote it for this. I was like, I play D&D and I need a song so I don't get DMCA'd every time I try and pick a song to play at the start of the game. And he's like, what's D&D? And I was like, shut up, write a song. It's 10 minutes. And he was like, what? All right.
Hey.
And this is what he made. And it's pretty good. Boom, boom, boom. What the fuck is smug baited? Smug baited. Good shit. Ding, ding, ding.
Baiting smugs.
That party picture is really good. Yeah, that was actually done by Coyote. Coyote drew that, and it's super cool. For some reason, Zane is 8 feet tall. I think it, I'm
I
actually
just have,
okay.
I just have one giant hand.
I'm okay with shipping it that all the Baronese planets of Caracas are
Giants.
like 8 feet tall people for. I mean, you know, given a couple thousand years
Wait.
of evolution, it's very possible.
Where did you Where did you post the pic?
It's in the slideshow on stream.
Oh.
But also if you search like Kylie.
No, I know. I thought you posted it in the tabletop RPG.
It's in the art, so it's canon. Fair. Basically, you draw anything, I'll put it in the game.
Alright.
Instantly. How's everyone doing?
I'm doing...
You look a
okay.
little sleepy, not gonna lie.
Well, I didn't sleep very well.
That'll do it.
The power of deduction.
Well, no, actually, I slept well. I just couldn't fall asleep. I even, like, missed some work today. So that
Damn.
I texted my boss. I'm like, yeah, I'm not coming in the morning. I'm coming in a bit later.
Did you remind him how hot you are?
No.
Did you say, listen, bitch, or écoutez-vous, putain? I don't think
It
that was-
would just be écoute putain.
Yeah, but écoutez-vous? That didn't make sense,
Écoute.
did it?
Écoute putain.
Écoute putain, just listen, slut.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hey,
listen,
we
slut.
have a chicken pot pie in the oven, so we're gonna be late by 2 minutes.
What the fuck? Why does it take two lesbians to take out one chicken pot pie?
Well, I guess
That's,
both of us don't have to.
That's a
The
good
biggest pot pie imaginable.
that's a good start to a joke. How many
Wow.
lesbians does it take to cook a chicken pot pie?
You know what? Never mind. I'm muting again. Goodbye.
See ya.
Fuck. Oh well. We had it all for a minute or two.
So how does my new mic sound? Is it better?
Yeah. Definitely better.
Nice.
Definitely. The other one would pick up like weird gain and shit.
Here's
I
the
wonder-
difference.
Hey.
Here,
And that
Here's
bright,
what
you
I
got a
s-
full-on alien light shining on you today.
I know, it's literally there's a window right behind my monitors and we haven't bought curtains yet.
she
Fair.
bought to get beamed into a spaceship.
I've been in my
Meow.
current I've been in my current house for like a year and change, and we just got curtains from our bedroom today.
Literally haven't got curtains yet. It's just like, I don't know.
I can't blame you.
Yeah, eventually.
I've been living here for
It should
3
darken up
years.
pretty
I haven't
quick.
got any curtains.
Hell yeah.
I was
Can I
think I want to get shutters, and then I never get shutters, and then that's
Shutters are kind of dumb. TBH. They look cute, but like
That's it's the second part
Mm,
because
mhm.
at the sunlight I get in my bedroom isn't like that bad, so I don't think curtains are particularly necessary. So it's like
Bruh.
I could get cute shutters though.
dude, blackout curtains from IKEA.
No, I've been there when I like
They work.
if I have like sunrise or sunrise facing bedroom, it's a necessity because that shit sucks. Because I wake up and then I'm just blinded.
Random Tiara walking in the background. She's so small.
He's very small.
Small.
I feel exposed. I walked in here in my own house.
Sorry, bitch. See you on live stream fails.
In my shorts.
Live stream fails.
D&D players' vagina falls out of shorts.
If only. We'd have great views.
I subscribe to the
How
Luscious
is this
Labia
working,
subreddit.
Kylie? What? Oh, okay. There's too many
Well, that
things
was
going on.
something that shouldn't have taken a sip of water right beforehand because I almost sweat that shit. every
Someone
I
time.
didn't hear anything.
Someone tried to go to my twit longer of Cum Dog Millionaire. Did you guys change your names? Well, yeah. Alright. Hey, you guys ready to play D&D?
Oh.
Wait, I mean Lancer?
D&D? No.
I'm ready to play a tabletop role playing.
Remember when Jarvis lied to you?
He does that fairly often. What did he
When
have
does-
this time?
Isn't that crazy?
When does Jarvis does not lie?
Hey, plot points. What's up, dude? That's fair. Let me just make sure we're on the right shit. Yeah. Oh, there we go. That was weird. That like showed up late. Jarvis is a known liar, but that birthday video is pretty good, so we let him get away with it. Did Sunshine post anything? No. Oh well. You win some, you lose some, you know? Alright, let's turn this off. Have the lesbians got their chicken pot pie?
It's
Not yet.
2 more minutes.
It's what?
It needs 2 more minutes. It's not done yet.
Literally a mess.
I'll grab it in a hot sec. I'll just.
Are you gonna eat chicken pot pie on stream?
What
I
else
eat
am I
every
gonna eat?
stream.
Can we stop by the draft squid real quick?
I also.
Please
I'm gonna
do
eat
stop
chicken
by
pot
the
pie on
draft.
stream. Is that okay? Is that
Yeah, I don't care.
inappropriate?
No, what? No, I wasn't asking because it's wrong.
Do we get like Twitch violations if I'm eating food on stream?
No, as long as you don't like suck on the spoon, I think it's fine.
Okay, it's not a banana. Okay.
Yeah.
Is eating bannable?
No, but
As a woman?
I saw that
Well-
porn star.
Oh yeah,
What's her name?
with the
Cheknikov? I don't know what her name is. Anyways, she was like licking a
Cheknikov.
popsicle very
Popsicle?
aggressively and deep throating it and got banned.
and then
I
one
saw
of the comment was
those-
like,
those
"Wow,
standards.
she got banned for eating sloppily."
Yeah. All right. Let's play Lancer.
Let's play Lancer.
Let's play a little Lancer.
We
Yeah,
do
go
a little
pop up the
do a little bit of Lancer here.
We
A
do.
little bit. A wee bit.
We do a
Let me
little.
make sure the sound sounds okay. Chat, remind me whenever the sound is not good because I am dumb and cannot hear it on your end.
Hmm.
Oh shit, Sunshine messaged me. Is it now? Yes.
Ooh, there's a pop
He
pie.
he 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 he. Sunshine, I didn't think you loved me. Turns out she do. Previously on episode 4 of Descent into Lancer.
Wrong.
Wrong.
We jumped right back into the action at the start of our mission with a group of Lancer cadets against impossible odds from unknown assailants attempting to jack data from their spear transport skiff. As fate would have it, the cadets punched well above their weight, thanks to lightning-quick reflexes, teamwork, and perhaps a dash of luck. Unfortunately, it was not in time, and the mysterious attackers were able to extract the data they needed. The attackers' recon vessel appeared in the extraction packing a payload of 3 large asteroids, which they flung at the cadets' transport, and also. No, that was it. Fox, seeing his mech on the brink of destruction, ejected himself into space, spiraling between 2 colliding asteroids to finish off the leader of the attack's mech with his sidearm, then sneak into the hatch to help Nikki get the ship fired up. Banshee rocketed herself towards the attacking recon vessel and attempted to extract as much data as she could from it. Kicking into high gear and hacking her brains out, she extracted a wealth of encrypted data. While Legacy, like a junkyard dog, pursued the ejected, retreating leader, catching up with him, but not before he tried to take his own life. After failing that, his own ship fired on him, rather than let him be taken. Legacy pulled the gnarled remains of her catch into the cockpit and attempted to revive him. But he was too far gone. Charlemagne, in his new Sen 2 Size 2 mech, armor reinforced and overcharged, stood in the way of the 2 weaponized asteroids flying towards their ship. Overheating and when with the crunching sound of metal, he was able to keep the 2 boulders from damaging their ship. Returning to Spear, they were requested for a debriefing with Overseer Mavine, who wanted to know everything. She seemed distressed that they could not predict that there would be hostiles in the area, but was sure that the party had proved themselves in battle and earned an early license upgrade. To blow off some steam, the cadets headed to Trinity Park for a swim, except for Fox, who had some thinking to do. That is where we left off. That is where we shall pick up Welcome back to the cockpit, Lancers. Yes.
Hi.
Yeah. Hey.
Oh man.
Welcome back. Let's head over to where we is, which is Spear Academy. Me. Activate. Imagine being surprised and not being able to predict everything. True. You may have the long form. No way. She's gonna post the real thing. No way, bro.
Post it. No balls. Post it.
She might. I don't know. We'll see. She said you may have the long form. I don't know what that means. We'll see.
What you mean, Rip TL?
Is it because it's paused?
Is it because it's what?
Pause.
Paused?
Oh,
Yeah, it's paused.
the game is paused, yeah. Alright. You put the ad in Hearth for me? Thanks, Mr. Mew.
Beautiful.
I don't know if I should post it, and I'm always worried about PilotNet. I'm worried that I, like... No, they're too uptight. They'll, like, fucking ban me from... They'll ban me from the Discord for the shit I say in this game.
Yeah, the Guilty Gear comments might get you in trouble.
I wouldn't
No,
post the
but
full ad. I'd just be like, hey, I'm playing a fun game of Lancer. With
Oh, yeah. Be like,
But
oh, you're
yeah,
having
doesn't-
fun. That's kind of
Doesn't one
offensive
of
to
the
people who aren't.
designers love you?
What's that? The Lancer Discord? No. I'm on thin ice constantly.
No.
So you're going in.
It would literally be like, oh, you're having fun.
He's on thin ice for calling too many people Papa.
I called one
Papa.
person Papa and called myself sexy a lot. That was enough.
They can't handle you actually at any Super
Annoying.
Saiyan level. They're barely getting.
It's a lot. It's a lot to take in. All right. We will pick up the next day.
All right. Well, see you tomorrow.
Unless there was something one of you wanted to handle after that debrief and jump in the swim on whatever Fox was doing. Is there something any of you would like to do before then? Nothing like huge, like because the next day is going to roll over. But like,
Yeah, no.
you know, normal. Anything RP wise.
Before bed, I kind of want to think about what Maveen said about Horus, and I want to try to encrypt a really overly complicated message to say that I'm willing to listen. Like, if somebody were to try to hack into my cybernetic implants, I want them to, if they're smart enough, which I think they are, to be able to get a message from me saying, I want to talk.
Okay.
Please.
Mental
Mental breakdowns always incoming from any of
any of her
at
characters.
any time.
Constantly on the edge.
Or just me.
Where am I?
Right.
Horus. There we go. Okay. What's our breakdown counter? High.
Yeah, I'd say a good solid one. Oh no, maybe
I
two.
think we're at 2.
I think we're at two
Yeah,
after our
maybe.
second day.
One a day so far. That's all par for the course.
Notice me,
Well-
hacker senpai. All right.
After swimming, otherwise, if that's all, so that's good. I didn't want to interrupt actually.
Yeah. Lumpy, thanks
Okay.
for subscribing, dude. Nice cock.
Oh,
That's
that's lovely.
lumpy. I'd have Ordell swing by the trough just to grab a post-bite meal. Say hey to Mel, and maybe poke her brain a little bit.
Sure. Head on over to the trough.
Meow. Was it somewhere over there? No.
I don't know. Do I
No.
have? I don't think I have a trough theme. I don't. I should though. You come into the trough, and it is the most you've ever seen it split between two lines. Normally, Mel's cooking is very sought after. People like it a lot, but there is a weird lineup for Print Loaf today.
Okay.
And you can see Mel is beaming as you come in and get into the line after about 3 minutes of waiting. You comes up to your turn, and you see why. There is what appears to be giant centipedes with fins
Very.
instead of legs. So I guess closer to like an eel, except it's scaled, like a pill bug.
Weird.
Why?
She said, "It's good eating."
That should be-
She looks at you and says, "Well, howdy, stranger.
Hey there.
I see you heard the good news."
Can't say I did, but it looks like I can see it now.
I'm serving Centipede Bombay.
Is that the only way to make Print Loaf interesting, yeah?
Well, no, it seems a lot of these tasteless hooligans have no idea what real good cooking tastes like, so they choose to eat the print loaf instead of. And she holds up this like cage of just like this almost like brown water, and you can see like a bunch of them like clawing. One of them sticks its face to the window and just goes. She's like, "Yeah, that's good eating."
Fresh. Oh, well, I've seen what Shibata eats, so not for me.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And I tell you, back on Cradle, there's this thing called lobster. People didn't used to eat them either. They look like aliens, if we're being honest. You poke them in the right spot and they open up. It's gross. And she scratches skull up on the whatever is over here.
You know what? I think that's something I've heard of, and if that's what they are, they scream when you boil them. And
That's exactly right. It's the same thing. These don't scream when you boil them. They try to escape. You got to beat them back in, but
are those cradle food too?
these things, no, these are from the outer belt.
Anything that weird that makes sense. Anyway, I'm holding up the line. So, what's your best recommendation, Mel?
I'm only serving one thing, baby. Centipede Bombay. You can see her. She grabs one. She puts on like this metal glove and sticks her hand in and pulls one out. It wraps around and is just biting constantly at her arm. She grabs the glove and shoves it in a pot and holds it down there. Instead of like holding the pot, she's holding like drowning the centipede in this pot, holding it in there, and you can just see it like Mr. Q-Jax, thanks for following. Wrapping around, like trying to get her arm as she shoves it back down. Scallop's like all of his weird little tendrils are like poking up at the back as he's freaked out. She yanks it out and just like hits it a few times with a large baton as it cracks open, and it looks like very similar to lobster meat.
Smells delicious.
It actually does, oddly enough.
I presume as much, and now I have proof.
Also, behind her, you can see a large burly man fucking with a giant piece of cooking machinery as he unplugs a bunch of the pieces, and she says, "Be careful with that." As
Eyebrow
this guy picks up behind the counter, lifts up a deep fryer and says, "I'm taking this," and starts to walk out with it.
You want him taking that?
He's earned it.
What is it?
What is he taking?
Yeah.
He's taking the deep fryer for his mech. He wants to put it in the cockpit.
That's quite an acquisition or requisition.
Well,
We can get that. We can get that custom.
He's one of the B Squad boys. His name's VB. Howdy, he says and walks by, holding like a giant 400-pound deep fryer, and just walks out of the room.
Solid, like side wave, kind of. Cool. I'll make note of that. Anyway, grab my meal, scoot over a bit. If there's like a sort of a seat to just kind of sit by the bar type of thing, just sort of hang there for a bit.
Yeah.
Shoot the shit for as long as she doesn't mind, and eventually, before the meal's over, just about finish up to pay or whatever. I guess we're not paying here.
You don't pay.
Yeah. Forgot mana. Mel, one last thing.
What's that, sweetheart?
That little cute thing around your neck. How do I get
Skull?
one? Yeah, or anything like it.
Well, a scallop here is a little bit different. He's kind of, well, she puts her hands up over. He doesn't have a head. Then there's no way to discern that this is his head. She says, "Earmuffs. He's a parasite." It's good. Scratches his neck again. He's actually living off my nutrients as we speak right now, kind of like a leech. Little cutie.
That's quite a relationship.
Are you looking for literally one of these, or?
Not necessarily. Scallop's real cute, but more so one maybe for the team, for the turtle shell, something that can maybe be self-sufficient when we're out on a mission or whatever.
Oh, like a pet.
Yeah.
Well, she holds up one of the centipedes.
I'm gonna come
Like,
home too.
these things are absolutely lovely once they get used to you. Well,
Good pets.
they're coming at her. Yeah. You know, there was a time when Scallop was trying to eat me too. Now we're under this puts it back in the box. We're in an understanding now.
All right. Well, I'll keep that one in mind. But if you come across anything a little less volatile,
If I see anything too cute to eat, I'll let you know, sweetheart.
sounds good. And walk out. Head back to the turtle shell and call it a day, because food coma and bad battle.
It is fucking delicious. It's absolutely insanely good. Like, it's similar to lobster, but it's like only the good parts because it's just a segmented body. There's no like organs or anything. The majority
Really
of
epic.
all the organs were in its head. The body is just a giant like tongue muscle.
Oh, weird. Well, fascinating, delicious, and now Wardell's a happy camper passed out.
Okay. Wardell, you come back to your bed and it stinks. Like bad stinks. Like stale beer stinks. Giant tongue muscle, I guess.
Unless there's an obvious reason I can tell why it stinks, do a prank check from either Bloodhawk or otherwise. I'm just checking.
What do you have any triggers that would help you with this? Investigative or otherwise?
I'm gonna let you know. Pilot tactical. Not particularly.
Okay. Just roll a
Unfortunately.
d20, let's see what happens.
No. Kerblam.
You can tell that it is a triggers to help.
Yeah.
Do you have the figure out who spilled beer on your bed trick?
I mean, the bullshit trigger, but
Yeah, there is a. It's clearly coming from, like you could tell it's centralized with an. Oh, okay.
yeah,
You
chicken
can-
on my own.
You could tell it's centralized in that it's dripping in one spot for that. You don't see any sign of where it came from, but it clearly was dripping in one particular spot and kind of spread out. That being said, you caught it early enough. Throwing off the sheets and flipping the mattress is enough for now. Or just fall asleep in it because you don't give a shit. It's up to you.
No, definitely clean up the cause a little bit, but figure out the fuck is coming growing. Prevent it from happening again while I'm sleeping. But, I'm sorry, can you clarify what's dripping, Squid?
You don't know. You can tell with an 11, like 1 over your success rate, you're able to tell that there is. It's clearly dripped in, but you see no signs of where it's coming from.
I'm gonna get a cup or whatever we have or thing in the kitchen. Come back in, catch enough that it's sampleable. Heck,
Yeah, you don't
Zane,
you don't even see
Zane.
like stains anywhere besides your bed.
Zane, are you up?
Yeah, actually. He's in his room replaying some footage from the fight on his on his hole in it.
You just gotta holler from like across the hall or turtle shell or whatever. You still thinking?
Yeah. What's up?
Need a courtesy sniff.
Courtesy sniff? I'm sorry, I don't do drugs.
Nah, more like what's this chemical? And you seem like the guy who might know.
Look at this chemical.
Liquid? I don't really know.
What?
It just come here. Just
He gets up.
Bro.
He gets up. Walk over to your room. What's up?
Listen, I know it's been a long day. I just can't go to bed with that. And
Did you piss the bed?
can't say I have. Last I checked, so hand over the little jar or whatever.
Yeah, that's the
Courtesy
thing.
sniff.
Your jar is empty. Whatever was dripping is not coming down anymore. It's a mystery drip.
The smell's
Want me-
still there.
You want me to
Oh, yeah.
smell that?
And it's stained.
That's what I meant.
You're not
Yes,
trying
I'm
to poison
I-
me, eh?
A pilot to pilot, man. I don't know what that is. I don't want to sleep on it.
Alright. I try to smell it, to identify it, invoking either my background as a frat boy or my background as a scientist, depending on what type of liquid it is.
Yeah, I would say roll just another D10.
Another D10?
Or sorry, D20. My bad.
Okay.
10 success.
Just a D20?
Yeah.
Okay.
Neither frat boy nor scientist applies here
Alright.
to the courtesy sniff. Crouching pilot, hidden drip.
I mean, just in case, let me explain that, if it's alcohol or any type of drink like that, I might recognize it. And if it's like a chemical, I might also recognize it, having worked with many chemicals in my...
Roll a
Line of work.
D20, you dirty slut.
Alright.
Well, he did.
What'd I say?
No, I didn't roll a D20, I rolled a 20.
You rolled it just a 20. Or 20.
Yeah, R20.
With a dirty 20, which is kind of over and above what you needed. There is two very distinct smells mixed together. It smells almost like motor oil and stale beer.
Shit, is that just my bag? I'm really sorry.
Is that like moonshine?
Wardell checks her backpack. Fuck, is it me?
Hold on.
Well, that's just...
Wait,
I think,
wait, the options.
I think some of the backyard drivers used to drink that kind of stuff.
With a 20 as well, I'll say you also are again able to tell that it's clearly dripping, the spread from where it's hitting the bed, and it must have come from up high based on the dripping of it.
Right, if it isn't coming from
So,
like a
so
shelf ceiling.
the jar was hanging?
There is no jar.
No,
there
I
is-
had a cup to try to catch the drips coming down to show you, but apparently they
I
evaporated.
didn't understand that.
You see no hole in the wall. You see nothing in the ceiling. There's no stain. But it was coming from up high.
Cybernetics check? Anything going wrong?
No. You get the impression someone's fucking with you.
Can I have in my gear a personal drone. Could I ask it to try and scan the room?
You know what?
I would technically.
I'll just sleep on the couch in the common space.
Yeah.
It's been a lot. Yeah.
You've figured out that it's a dirty mix of waste.
Frank check.
Prank check. Yeah. Someone's fucking with you, regardless.
Yeah, it's Bloodhawk. It smells like butthole. Okay.
Well, you need help getting that to the cleaner.
Can we just like buzz someone I probably hear? I don't know.
Probably.
Go look for some button in like the main kitchen area and go.
Yeah, right by your door, there's basically like a service check, like a maintenance.
Yeah. Well, summon new linen.
Some new linen.
Crash on the common couch, and I'll deal with it later. I don't care if they do it while I'm asleep. I don't care if they leave it there. I'm just all good. We can
within
go back
within 7 minutes, some drones come in and change your shit out.
open an eye at them.
He's clean this room, yeah. Yeah, it's not manned. It's personal drones that just fly around. Lay it out, assemble your IKEA furniture within seconds, and leave.
Thanks.
I guess I'm glad I was of help.
Yeah. Worth the shot.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll go back to watch. Yeah. All
Don't
right.
stay up too late. See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
And
Zane,
go easy on yourself.
after taking a nice shower and getting a drink and a little bit of food, that's what he's been doing ever since, and that's what he's been interrupted. Reviewing the footage of the fight, but concentrating as much as he could on the weird meteors that they use for transportation, and trying to find any kind of clue, any kind of information through the video. I know it's pretty hard, but anything.
No, it's not actually. You're able, like, it was all in a blur when it happened, but upon reviewing the data, once you got out of the jamming pylon,
and I go like frame by frame,
yeah,
going
so
like
once
full
the jamming
CSI.
once the jamming pylon was blown up, you notice that there were spores on the asteroid. The weird pulsating one that had like white lines of spores, like a fungus essentially.
No way to know if it's mechanical or
If it
biological.
was biological, it was some sort of nanite. Like it's that small. Like when he flipped open, the spores essentially like flew apart and dispersed and seemed to lose their effectiveness. In fact, when you try to zoom in on some of them, it's like this kind of distortion, and then it backs up and they float into space. Kind of the distortion gets smaller and smaller.
So it would be mechanical then.
No, I'm just saying like if it's hard. Yeah, there's no way to like actually scan them.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying like if it's so small that if it was mechanical, it was nanites.
Okay.
If it was biological, it was spores of some kind. There's no way to definitely differentiate.
I have a quick question, a lore question here. What is the advanced state of nanomechanical technology in Lancer?
Insane.
Okay.
Like literally, there's mechs that wear them as scarves and throw them at people.
Yeah, the Balor. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you've in your training you fought a hive that also used them.
No, I didn't fight a hive. I exploded the hive.
But these don't look like anything you've seen, anyways.
Okay.
In fact, based on your knowledge of nanites and what you've seen, your guess is they're biological.
Oh. Okay. So they would be using some kind of biological transport. And again, other lore question: does advanced space travel, so let's say faster than light travel, is possible for crazy like biological organism, a little bit like the Zerg in StarCraft, where they are biological but they can still go like faster than light?
No.
No. Okay.
The faster than light travel doesn't exist so much. They go insanely fast and slow down, essentially like almost like folding space.
Yeah.
But they're
But can biological creatures do that? Is it known that some biological creature could maybe do that?
I mean, in theory, it would be possible, but there's no record of it. No.
There's no record of it. Okay, good. All right.
Yeah. The only real instance of that would be blink gates through the Omni space.
So theoretically, it'd be possible right now. Only mechanical and artificial. Okay. All right.
Wee. Herod?
I had plans for the next day.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we can do that.
At that point.
Yeah, basically, unless if anyone else wants to do anything in particular, yeah, you basically wake up. It's kind of like a weekend almost. Like after that mission, you guys are given essentially a cooldown period, rest, leave.
So my main goal in this downtime is to seek out Bloodhawk.
Okay.
So kind of spend time trying to not
Turn
directly try to kind of like suss out where he is, what he does, and then kind of case him, I guess, and eventually intercept him when he's alone.
Okay. Yeah. In your recon mission, essentially, would this be kind of like a stealthy thing? You're trying to like follow him without following him?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to keep him alerted. Because based on kind of something that he said to me, he knows who I am. So the longer I have to kind of case him, the better, so I can kind of catch him a little bit more by surprise. In terms of triggers, I literally have act unseen and unheard.
That's pretty relevant, yeah.
Yeah, and then invoking my background, which you and I have talked about, I would like to as well, if possible.
Just one sec. You would know that your cock is huge. One sec. Where's that at? No. Is it here? Sorry, I'm looking for something particular that I wrote down, and I'm very unorganized in my notes.
You're good. If it's something that you've sent me, it is in our DMs.
No, maybe. I just wrote it down. Oh, Where the fuck is that? Am I a stupid baby?
You're a stupid man.
No.
Not a baby.
Thanks, man.
Only a small bladder man.
My bladder is huge. I've been practicing. I'm currently doing Kegels.
Does anyone know what page downtime is on?
I do not. Also, it's funny seeing small cat in.
Ah, god damn it.
Oh yeah, there she is. She's got
shoulder.
tiny.
Got my shoulder.
Dude,
So Charlie's 8 feet tall.
Angry now.
Bye.
Now I'm angry.
Why are you angry?
Angry.
Because I wrote this down and I don't know
Oh,
where
yeah.
it is. Where's your character right now? Okay.
Oh,
Did I put it in here? No. No, I didn't. Where the fuck is it?
also, downtime's on page 50.
Ah, thank you. Yeah, okay, it's in that section. Sick.
Not
Damn,
here.
That was my guess. Balls.
Huh?
Oh shit.
I was gonna guess 50. It was like middle of the page. It's like a transitional section of the book, and I didn't say it.
Regardless, roll your thing.
Do I get the background accuracy, sir?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
20.
20? Oh yeah. He has no idea. In fact, you see his squad. You see, if you look over to the right, over where Bloodhawk is, over in the top right corner of Spear Academy.
Uh-huh.
You see him walking around, constantly tweaked out. He's clearly a drug user of some kind. Thank you. I made it. I love you, Mr. Quacks. Q-Jax. He's constantly tweaked out. And he's not doing crab. He's not... Well, I forget what it's called, actually. What's that fucking crab drug called? Gliss. He's not a Gliss user. He's doing something. He's constantly got that straw in his mouth. And it's sucking on something. He's also constantly traveling with this young woman who moves like a snake almost. She's constantly looking around at things and like snapping to one side, stopping. You can tell she's very clearly always connected to the OmniNet in some way. Like one of her eyes is almost constantly glassed over.
Okay.
This dirty small dude who is constantly cackling to himself and laughing, and they seem to be held together by this gentleman. The snake-like woman's name is Baba Yaga, her call sign. The small dude's name is call sign Bonaparte. And the person who seems to kind of keep them together in a calm and overly relaxed fashion, his call sign is Bougie.
Okay.
Beautiful.
He's very flamboyant and constantly exasperated with their bullshit.
So I kind of pick up like their call signs and their unit as a whole, right?
Very easily. Once you have them and are able to identify them, you can pull up their files.
Oh, true. Okay, yeah. And then once I've cased him long enough, I just want to try to intercept him when, like, at some point when he is far enough away from everybody, isolated.
You catch him when his party is leaving the trough after a particularly drunk setting, and he goes into one of the public washrooms to take a piss on their hoverback through the hallways. As he is just like, I gotta take a piss, just one moment. Flies into one of the stalls as the party, his team squad continues without him. You can hear Bougie turn back as he's going into the stall. He's like, not too much this time. We have a mission tomorrow, please. To which
All right, well,
Bloodhawk does not respond and goes into the room.
so I follow him in.
Thank you
and
for
if there's,
gifting
like,
5
Oh my
subs, dude. What a big
God.
fucking dick. Jesus.
Damn.
Just a giant.
Jarvis is banned again.
Yeah, ban Jarvis. Let's celebrate
So,
banning Jarvis.
I guess once he does his business and is about to exit, I would just kind of come out, grab him by the shoulder, and just like chuck him up against, like spin him and push him against a wall real quick and get in his face almost immediately.
You are able to do that very easily. You can tell he's kind of tripped out when he sees you. And when you throw him up against the wall, thank you for the subs, guys. I really appreciate it. Mr. Newbie, you're honestly, like, you're following our games makes me so happy. I just want to say, on the real, I don't
wonderful.
say
He
real
loves-
things
he
very
does love
often.
you. It's
I
true.
just-
Cry every day.
Every day I cry. You can tell he's tricked out of his mind. Like when he did way too much of whatever he's doing, and you push him, spin him around very easily, and make direct eye contact with him. His eyes are jittery and glossed over. But behind the lenses that he has augmented into his eyes, you can see him like focus on you for like a very brief and intense second. He's like, Farmer,
Yeah, I
I
remember.
thought I smelled you.
I remembered that call out, and I wasn't just gonna let that one slide.
Something about your smell makes me hungry.
Something about your behavior, and I pulled a little thing out of his mouth and just like flipped it to the side. Even
He instinctively goes to grab at it, and then kind of like composes himself. He's going to try and throw your arm off his shoulder.
okay.
Would you like to stop him from
no.
doing.
At this point, I'm not like holding him down anymore. This was just kind of an ambush moment. So if he pushes me off, I let my
Not so
arm go.
much pushes you, it's just like aggressively
that's fine.
shoves your arm off his shoulder. It's nice to see you on different terms, farmer. You clean up real nice.
I'm not sure I want to say it's nice to see you.
I didn't-
Were you on Lin 3?
I wasn't on it myself, but I watched the VODs you killing my girl.
Oh yes, this. And I reach into my pocket and pull out like a jangled, the damaged dog tag, probably has like old dried blood on it. Elise, right?
That's her.
Maybe you can take this as a remember her by, and I kind of chuck it at him. So, I don't know how you found yourself at Spear Academy.
I'm too good, farmer.
Well,
You're
to
lucky
be
I
fair,
wasn't on that shithole of a planet. I wouldn't have got caught like she did.
Well, I made it here by putting a hole in her chest. So I think if you were on that shithole, I would have put a hole in your head as well. So let's just keep it like this. As I understand it, if you are a member of this academy, you theoretically are here to do. So I'll give you one warning and one warning. Do not fuck around and keep to your mission. If I hear you are up to anything no good, or I hear you have any connection back to my people, I have heard that after you die and you are remade in this true cloning, you remember the pain that you went through. So I would like to remind you that make you remember every time.
Seems being off the planet's giving you a spine. Took you a while to grow one before.
Sometimes you have to play smart. It took me a long time to get what I needed to put that hole in Elise. And I would not hesitate to do that to you out in the field if I need to. So don't fucking forget that.
We're a team now, farmer. You have to play nice too.
Well, you have a good fucking day, Bloodhawk. And then I walk away.
As soon as you walk away, he puts the straw back in. He doesn't follow. He actually hangs back for a minute and watches you go.
Okay, yeah. I would have definitely, like, if he wanted to follow up, I would have been checking. Then I would have headed out.
Yeah. No, he does not. Man, I'm looking. Yeah, I guess whatever I wrote down in our DMs, but I had her like name and everything.
Elisa.
It was the Mudheel Mutts. I remember. it was
Mudheel
their
Mutts, and it's Elise Mayflower.
yeah, that was it.
Sandbag was, I think, the call sign or
Sandbag, yeah.
Yeah.
All signs are the best.
I actively pulled that up every session in case we got to
In
this
case
point,
it came
so I'm-
up?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you got the will Jarvis be banned in the next 10 minutes? You can't. Yeah, you got the impression that he wasn't there, and it's not like when he said his girl, he meant his boss. That you shoot him. He didn't mean like you shot his wife or his girlfriend or anything.
Okay.
It was just like
So I would have perceived that he's saying like that was the boss, like his lead.
that was the boss. Yeah, that's why they left. Because they blew a hole through her. All right. The next is anyone else? Anything else you want to do?
This is the new day, right?
Yeah.
This is the following day?
Yeah, no reserves this time. There's not that much time to do I mean, there's always time to do reserves, but just this is not like a reserve thing. It's just kind of RP wise.
Do we have like what time is class due to start?
Class, unlike normal school, it kind of operates on your schedule. You can move as fast or as slow as thou would like. That being said, you all have a a message. Oh yeah, you would also see that their squad is, when you pull them up, is called. That's what their party is called.
Beautiful.
So is it B cubed or is it B cubed?
Can ask them.
4B cubed.
Can ask
Whatever
them
we
what it
want.
is.
I'd rather.
How would you say it?
I would looking as red B cubed. Yeah.
Why does this feel like iCup?
It's not. It's not. There is no secret racial undertones to this or any perversion. It is just.
Bubba, see you bed.
Mm-hmm.
Wink.
So yeah.
Who bed? Anyway.
I want to spend the day and kind of. I want to get some books on my like new Omni Hollow Kindle, and I want to kind of just bring a little beanbag chair and try to hang out and observe the R&D staff. I want to try to take notes on the true cloning and learn from them, and just observe if they'll let me.
The R&D?
Mm-hmm.
No, they won't let you in.
They won't let me.
No. You
So
could
is
try.
that
You could try and
something
get in. No, you are granted access when you came in with Shibata.
Mm-hmm.
But the actual office itself, unless you are waking up in there or being brought there, is restricted.
Okay. Let's see. Well, then that changes things. I'm gonna think about it then.
You all have a ping in your Omnipads to meet in the south end restricted area elevator, which is down here.
When we do meet back up, I would kind of pull Kat aside and just kind of ask her, so I've been doing a little reconnaissance myself.
Mm-hmm.
If you could, when you have a moment, do me a favor and if you can do a little bit of hacking, or maybe if it's published information, I don't know. But can you find out what got Bloodhawk approved for Spear Academy?
Hey, Brock.
I think so. I'm pretty sure I can get into the Union files, but I will have to make sure I don't get caught this time. Or might not even be restricted. I don't know.
I wouldn't know where to start.
Do you have his ID number or anything? That way
No.
I just don't have to look it up.
I have his call sign. I have his group.
Okay.
It's B cubed. There's
My eyes cloud over.
Bonaparte, Bougie, Bloodhawk, and Baba Yaga. But my only interest is Bloodhawk.
Okay. Wait, Bob. Okay. My eyes are clouded over. I'm Googling. I'm Omni-Googling them. And I'll try to pull up their file and see. I want to do a preliminary look first to see whether that's restricted and what type of restrictions those are behind before I go further.
To look up his data info as much as yours is available.
Okay, so it's not restricted.
Nope.
Okay, then
There might be.
will-
There's not like they might have extra files somewhere, but basically, you all have a Facebook profile that's like open to the public on who you are and what you're doing here.
I definitely want to. I want to go through the background and see if there's anything that seems suspicious or like it's been fabricated. Like, does it not fit him?
Well, he's quite clearly a pirate.
Okay.
He's very clearly a not a good person, but his data and his combat logs are impeccable.
Just really good. Really
he's
good contact
he has no like a bunch of his pictures are just him holding random guns at like the screen and like snorting drugs. He's clearly addicted to stims.
Okay.
Wait. You said impeccable? But that's impossible. We exploded him.
Impeccable.
Yeah.
Fun.
Well, you guys are good. He also wasn't in his mech at that point. That was
Killing it already.
he volunteered to be in that.
What a douchebag. Imagine taking pictures like that and all.
Yeah, he's constantly
be me.
shirtless, like showing off new tattoos, and like just his Facebook is a mess. His Omni book.
I airdrop it to you, Herod. Oh, do you actually do you have plans, Herod?
So I don't know if it's like a requirement thing, but Herod would have like the
It's not a
bare
requirement.
minimum.
You'd have your pad. That's all
No.
you need.
I know you don't really like the different tech and stuff. I can put it in your drive.
Yeah, I would appreciate that very much,
Okay.
and I kind of just pull out the pad.
Yeah. All right. I cloud over and I drop it in your drive, and I give you access, so you don't have to email me again. And there's no miscommunication.
I
there.
reply everyone saying thanks.
All of Spear Academy gets the reply that just says thanks with no context.
Where are you guys having this conversation, by the way? Is it a little powwow in Cat's room, or is it more of a private thing?
This would have been like on our way to wherever we were
Swap
going.
in.
We would
just-
be like
just-
5 feet behind you, probably.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right. So can I hear you guys shooting the shit and looking up some stuff on our teammates, our enemies rather?
Basically,
Very
yeah. So
Bloodhawk, and you'd be like, "What?"
You would hear what.
I
you
just
would hear
slow
what
down a
content-
little.
You would just know that, like, obviously I'm trying to be surreptitious, but clearly not too big of a deal because I'm doing it in the hallway with everyone.
Well, yeah, it's sort of like a casual slow down and to be like, "Ooh, we're looking up shit,"
Yeah.
and just kind of gonna get in on that a little bit for the moment.
But yeah, that should be everything. I guess he just fights well. I'm not really sure, but I also I wanted to ask you, well, I had a rough time with Horus when I was a competitive Omni threat hacker, but you've mentioned that, or I guess other people have mentioned that you've run in with them too. Maybe we can talk about it sometime. I'm kind of trying to fix something that they did, and maybe you might know something.
Well, it was a long time ago, but maybe we can carve out some. It's not a thing I would be willing to share, but it is sort of out in the open with at least you all, given that Maveen was sort of the one that name dropped that in the first place. So maybe I shouldn't be so guarded, I guess.
I'm not trying to pry, and if you're not comfortable, don't worry about it, Don't want to push, but it's kind of kicking my ass personally, and I would appreciate any help.
Understood. I'm willing to bet that my history doesn't align with yours, or I would be surprised if it did. But again, maybe after our next, in our next amount of downtime, try to have that conversation.
Sure. Hopefully this meeting doesn't suck. Ugh.
Hey, Cat.
Huh? Oh. Yeah?
Well, you got that open. What does it say on, what's it got on us?
Oh,
And I gesture to, like, our whole team. Like, this, what's public?
well, kind of everything. That you really should watch out what you write on those essays for the entrance exam, You don't think they're going to put it up for everybody to read it.
Oh, man, that too.
Yeah. But, I mean, everything's pretty public. You can look for yourself.
Yeah, can I just do a quick skim of, like, our team and then, the one that they were just referencing, Well Squid, like, cursory glances for the most part, except on a couple, like, mine, Bloodhawks, like, otherwise, just sort of focusing on those two.
Cat declines to look at anyone's file.
Totally nosing around, like,
yeah, what are you looking for exactly?
just any oddities, weird things, particularly Mr. Bloodhawk, like, anything jumping out that...
No, his profile is a mess. His like intelligence scores are surprisingly okay. but his combat logs are real good.
Okay.
He's one of those. From reading his combat logs, he's one of those characters that goes in and makes everyone adjust around him, and it works.
Okay.
He's a shooter.
Yeah, he runs in and says like, "Cover me," and then his team has to like try and fix whatever the
Cover
fuck just
me.
happened, and
It's Leroy Jenkins.
yeah, except they win usually.
Blow.
Yeah. Usually.
At least I got some centipede. Yeah.
Yeah,
So he's
it-
there's not
Sure.
like I said, it's pretty open with what's there.
I float back toward Legacy and kind of look. So, what you got?
Hmm?
What you got on us?
What I got on you?
No, on us. Team. What's written there?
Oh, that's what I'm trying to see. So, Squid, what's it got on our team? Now that Captain and I are peeking over Cat's little tablet going.
My eyes are closed though.
Why?
I don't want to know. I don't want to read anyone's file.
I pull up, swipe over to Fox's. I don't know, let's see.
Fox has incredible intelligence scores and a very high influence level in that they feel, or it's implied that his position as what's the opposite of a Harris?
A what?
An heir?
An heir?
An
heir?
Air.
Heiress.
In here.
Heir and heiress.
Heiress.
Huh. Yeah, you're weird. I don't know why I never thought of that before. They're actually,
Yeah.
Yeah, hair and Eris.
I guess I've just searched Pornhub for Paris Hilton too much. The
Why?
Upgrade your taste.
Gross.
more
to
curiosity
Suicide
than anything. And also she's a sick DJ.
Hey, dude.
This is the shit that would get us banned in the Lancer Discord.
This is why I'll never have friends there. But I'm immortalized. No one called me a good boy, but
Do you actually want friends there?
yeah, dude. Yeah, he's his influence, it would be monumental in helping negotiate a relationship between Union and the Barons. His family holds insane political influence.
I lean it over to him to see. Oh, that's what it's
He's also
on.
got a ridiculously good history of street racing, and all of his illegal street racing VODs are uploaded publicly,
Yeah, of
where
course.
he's constantly
Streamed by
like
myself.
doing burnouts at the finish line as he wins and giving fingers. Like,
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
yeah. There's
How'd you,
his live stream, and then there's the police footage from the cameras and the streetlights.
How'd you record those races?
I point to my personal drone that's is following me.
I look knowingly, expecting that answer and hoping to lead him to it. Can we?
Don't worry, it's not streaming now.
No, I was hoping to come to you with that idea, but you've already got it, and I want to use that in the field. I think. I think we
Yeah,
can get
that's
some cool shots.
That's the plan. Hell yeah! Let me make one for you then, if you want.
That would be
Nice.
the type of thing that like personalization would work for sure. Like to have a streaming cam set up.
Mhm. I have personalizations,
Yeah.
but without the added benefit besides HP. So
Yeah.
eventually,
Yeah.
maybe.
Then let's start working on that then.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that.
Hell yeah!
And anyway, I swipe over real quick through the rest of us and hand it back to Cat. Unless you want it.
No, I'm good. I wanted to know more like what they had on the team rather than personal stuff.
Does it have like a team analysis chart, like a combat efficiency thing, a breakdown on us so far, Squid?
It has what
As a
you have done
But that's it.
and accomplished. But there's not like a grading system for your personal missions at the moment, anyways.
Like evals and combat efficiency scales.
Yeah, there's that kind of general stuff. So like it's there for people to look.
There's not the charts, which is the circle, and then you have like the circle with the octagon, and then you have like
defense, tactics.
Defense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn.
All right. After
We're not anime characters. Feels bad, man.
You are though. There is ratings for what you like excel at, but there's just I'm saying like your current mission or the mission you just accomplished or semi-accomplished. There isn't like grade C. Like, it's your combat.
I look over what the do specialization written there is what we gave them, or what Spear Academy think we would be good at.
This is based on your compatibility profile.
I look over what the other have. I'm just curious what the others have as a characteristic. Yeah, specialization.
Yeah, I
With the
mean,
Spear Academy thing.
you're kind of very intimately familiar at this point.
No, I know, but I want to know what it says in the documents.
Yeah, Banshee is extremely hacker oriented. She's very able to get things that she shouldn't be able to get her hands on. Legacy is, despite her royal kind of upbringing, on the opposite end of yours. She's not a Baron end. She's on the kind of Union end. From a family of influence, is juxtaposed to her upbringing, extremely violent. Not in a like a I'm going to break every bone in your body way. She just seems to enjoy violence and being up close and personal. Charlemagne has a ability to adapt and is a crack shot.
All right. I type up a message on Cat on the PDA and then send it back to her. Like a small post-it note.
The words come over. What? Wait, like a real post-it note, or?
No, I mean it's
like in your face.
Sick.
Throw the post-it. Ninja Star.
It just airdrops you a Tumblr post.
No, just like I leave I type a little note on the corner of the PDA.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, just saying that after whatever this is, we need to talk in private.
Okay.
Away from prying ears.
I send you a DM with 3 thumbs up emojis.
Okay.
And then I point at you in real life and go, yeah.
Anyone know what this meeting's about, by the way?
No, I thought you would.
You guys arrive at the hallway, and engagement officer Nikki is waiting for you there. As you kind of all arrive as a group. This end of the hallway is extremely unoccupied by most people. Like anyone who's here is just kind of hanging out. They're not traveling anywhere. They're only hanging out because it's like low traffic. And as you pull up, Nikki is there. And where are you, Nikki? There you are.
Hey, quick question, Squid. How long has it been since we've started being in Spear Academy?
I don't know, like a month.
Okay.
Nikki is waiting against the wall, kind of hovering there for you, and she says, "Oh, welcome!
Hey, Teach.
It is my extreme pleasure to hear that you have all been upgraded to license level 1. And as such, you no longer need to print your mechs in the hangar, in the town, at the toll booth. You have all been upgraded access to license level 1 printers, and it's my extreme pleasure to take you on that journey. As you all get data access and clearance into the trench. Follow me.
Lead the way.
Okay.
She puts her hand over a kind of almost like an orb, and there's this visible amount of data going into it. She looks over and just a sec. Yo! And these giant doors open on this end of the wall. Like, so you came to this end of the wall. You've seen it quite a bit. It's this giant, essentially like bay door that slides open in multiple directions. There's like 6 different doors that open in different directions. And she says, "Come on in. We're going down."
Already? We just started.
What?
It's already going bad?
No. Going down in a good way.
Oh. Oh.
It's going down for real. You step onto the elevator, and Nikki says, "These things were actually the original construction military drones that brought over troops to build Spear. We all kind of liked the aesthetic, so we turned them into elevators." You can notice now that it actually shares quite a bit. It's like a stripped down, essentially, delivery ship that they've turned into this giant elevator. It carried enough material, so it made sense that it would work for this. Anyways, where you're heading now is down to the trench. This is where you'll have access to your level 1 printers and be able to start to customize a little bit over and above the rest. Congratulations. As you come down into the trench, as the doors or the elevator stops, and there is a giant door opens right in front of you. And as soon as the doors open, you guys all step out kind of as a group, wide-eyed and bushy-tailed, and there is this giant foot that comes down right in front of you, just as a giant frame foot steps in front of you. You look out, just dodging the foot, and the mech that walks by you. One hand seems to be a blowtorch, and the other is a massive, what appears to be similar to a screwdriver. An omnipad on its front of its chest displays the image of a man who looks like this. Who glances over at you and says,
Please.
Looks like what?
Looks like what?
Oh, we're over here by the turtle shell to the left. Where's the
Left.
character?
Left.
Further left.
Oh, okay. I see where we are. All right.
Oh, okay.
the voice in the as the screen actually moves and says, it doesn't say this. Thank you for following Unorthodox Lamb. It says,
please stay behind the tape when not suited. Thank you.
You got it.
Sorry.
it keeps stepping by inside, or not inside, but outside the mech. You can see Legacy. You would recognize as the woman you beat the shit out of, and she beat the shit out of you, named Everip.
Mm-hmm.
You can recognize her now as wearing the HM tag, which is Hangar Mechanic. HM Everip is swinging on the side of scaffolding attached and hanging off the mech that is piloted by what you can easily tell is an NHP, which you're able to run scans on, named Merlin. And Everip is singing a song. She doesn't even notice you as you walk by. And just one sec.
wordlessly fight.
Get
and
her
then you
attention.
beat the fuck out of of each other.
You see each other
Um,
and you stop immediately and just go beat.
You
the
see-
shit out of each other.
You see HM Everup. Where are you guys? There you are. You see HM Everup come by, swinging on scaffolding on each side as she like runs up, has a blowtorch, and is blowing a piece out as Merlin comes over and removes it and replaces it with another piece. And you can hear her singing, "Go, we've got howitzers, railguns, and bombs and rockets." Lasers and whips and paracasual sprockets. But do you know the most famous weapon of all?
She's gonna tell us.
She spins around to the mech being carried and pulls the Omni pad towards her so Merlin has to look at her, and she says, "It's Red Fist, the red stained rail punch." And she swings over and starts buffing this giant fist held inside a casing. Has a very punchy punch. And if you ever saw it, you would even say it owns. She's just shining it up as Merlin looks over at her while she's singing and just says,
Please, stop singing. We have work to do. You're
Please
slowing
don't.
us down.
One of those, eh?
as another hangar pilot comes over and introduces himself. He says, "Hey, hangar mechanic Alan. Welcome to the trench.
Hey,
I apologize
Hey.
for the music."
That's okay.
don't.
Why is it there's a 50-50 chance that every person that we come in contact with here is either completely normal or absolutely psychotic?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Never mind.
Which one of
Who's
us is which?
psychotic?
Cigarette in mouth, light, arms crossed.
Okay.
Nudge him a little.
Alan, wait. Oh yeah, you can see him now. Yeah. Hangar mechanic Alan says, "We got a type beam saying you guys were coming in." You can tell Alan is similar to Merlin in that he is very focused on his job and extremely exasperated with Everett. As she is like dancing over and around this thing, just like polishing it and shining it. She leans back and like leans backwards in the scaffolding like a Cirque du Soleil singer and sees you guys come in and says, "Hey, I recognize you. You're the chick who knocked my screws loose with that nasty left hook. What's up, slugger? Welcome to my ring," she says upside down, spins back up, catches herself, turns around.
This is quite a place for a round two.
I have to present myself slightly different outside the trench, but once we're in here, woo!
Alright, well, is this a good place for a round two or no?
Sorry, slugger. Maybe next time. Not in here, anyways.
Well, you know where to find me. We got an emergency ping to show up. Any
Yeah.
chance you know why?
You fought a hangar mechanic?
I didn't know it was a hangar
Wow.
mechanic, and I just... We got a solid...
I couldn't even go
I
to
don't-
where her job was. Sorry.
You can see this is kind of what it looks like up there. It's a extremely well-oiled machine that is going on. A lot of it is printing Everests with different kinds of weapons, but you can see one particular hangar that is holding 3 or 4 different mechs labeled B Squad, of license level 2, a Minotaur, a Rally, a weird Swallowtail, and a Rally, and a
Squad.
Rally, and a Blackbeard.
Bits of machinery.
Alan looks over at you guys. Merlin, extremely focused. Like, Everett continues to sing and hum, and he just, like, Merlin, the mech who's holding her in the scaffolding, just, like, keeps turning her back to her job, and she just keeps, like, swinging over in her scaffolding, like, polishing this giant fist. And swinging back over. But Hangar Mechanic Alan says, "Congratulations on your new license levels. This place is your new workshop. Anything that's available to you for license level 1, just let us know. The printers are all yours."
Thank you. Is there any way we can minimize our getting in the way of you guys' jobs?
If you're going to step onto the actual mechanic bay here, you can see Everett, Alan, and Merlin. Well, Merlin's a size 2 Mac with a data plate in front of him, but the other two are wearing the equivalent of like half-size suits, like mechanic suits.
Okay.
And they just say, if you're gonna step onto the bay, please just suit up. That's what Merlin will come after you. He's the most anal out of all of us.
Good to know. Thank you.
So, and they point to like the suits over there if you want to put them on, but like in order to print, you don't need them. It's just like if you want to go onto the actual field itself.
I'll suit up, and can I go check out the Blackbeard?
Yeah. You go over to the Blackbeard, and it's got this like what appears to be skin flayed off muscle all over it. It's almost like organic muscle netting all across it.
Hey, Rip, what's that?
Rip putting down 2 of the fingers, or 3 of the fingers to make a middle finger pointing up, just turns around and goes, "Huh?"
Not to interrupt, but I stretch sort of the material a little and sort of see what
You
it does.
pull it out, it comes out and goes, sticks back.
I point out.
That's muscle
"See that
netting.
before?"
It's for
What's it do?
lifting heavy stuff and punching big things over.
And that's in the printer, yeah?
If you got the access to it.
I look over at Alan. That in our access?
I actually don't know if that's license level 2 or not.
It's a Nexus one.
The frame.
Personally, I know it is. I was just asking.
Yeah. I can't remember. He says, "I think that might be a little bit above your pay grade at the moment. Sorry, Lancer.
I guess we'll see.
Sure you'll
poke
earn it,
around,
though."
Walk through the Vermilion Bravo's legs. The giant Minotaur mech.
It's a
On a
hilariously
mag-
bad paint job.
I've got mag clamps on as a pilot, so I just want to walk up it and like do a full like check it out and
You scan it, and you're able to tell that is the mech of the man who was pulling the deep fryer out of the kitchen this morning.
deep fryer.
You can smell oil. You can smell cooked oil from his mech.
It's
Wasn't
making
kidding.
these.
Wasn't kidding. All right, hop down, go over to my team, and go to the printer.
While the whole conversation there and before happened, Zane is already suited up and just like scoured the whole hangar. And when he saw something, he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna need that," and "Oh, I'm gonna need that," and he's just trying to see everything there is to see in the hangar, like a kid that's to his first theme park or something, and just going like. Super happy about the whole thing, and
Kid in the candy store.
Yeah, and he just goes like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna need that and that and oh and that," and just kind of shop for how his frame will look like, especially since it's been blown up.
True. Yeah, you have
No waste.
license level 1. Despite being slightly limited, is still a wealth of access to a lot of weapons. To your dismay, the Horus mechs have been simplified, de-weirded. They're very standard issue weapons under Horus classifications.
No, that's fine. It wasn't like their appearance that actually got him. It was
I know.
just
Yeah. It's you can tell what they are. It's just they've been appropriated.
yeah, they've been standardized.
Yeah.
That's fine. But yeah, so when he comes back with like a bunch of stuff in his hand and just goes like, "Oh yeah, I'm ready. Where do I go?"
Have a seat. Everett puts a number, like you can see her hit her Omnipad and the giant fist goes points over there. You guys are all free to print your new level 1 mechs.
Would there just be like a normal station to kind of do this while everyone else is like oogling and ogling and all this stuff? I would think that if there was just like a standard like little pad to just kind of swipe through what is necessary, that's what Charlemagne would be doing, just kind of like basic.
Yeah, and they're all like, there's no weird printers. This is like you sit down in it like a stationary desk, or kind of like a those racing car games from arcades. You sit in the booth, kind of like that. It's kind of like that, almost like a space
Battle station.
cockpit, almost. Yeah. And you're able to like customize the interior of your cockpit.
Yes.
So like some people with cockpits, they choose to have a neural link where it's like jacked right into your Matrix style brain. Other people prefer the old style cranks, levers, and wheels like tanks, and even more drop inside a giant vat of jelly and control themselves that way. Like it varies from weird to very understandable.
Thanks, Squid. Now I just
Jelly.
imagine the
Cool.
guy the one-man orchestra with his piano and he just pulls lever and stuff and
Yes.
he goes
Exactly. Yes, it's that. It's whatever you want your mech to be piloted by, and that's why, even when someone has the right license levels, it's hard to pilot someone else's mech because everyone's cockpit is unique.
They are custom.
Yeah.
Alright.
Battles.
So yeah, Herod, you're easily sit down in there and are able to hammer some. Are you printing notes in too, right?
Yeah, and he's a little overwhelmed by the whole thing, in game and out of game. So a lot of it is just kind of like looking for the most useful thing for the goal. So like he stumbles across like the Drake, right, and then kind of breaks down some shield. That seems good. Chain gun seems good.
Yeah, you have like some very basic stuff, and Alan walks by you as you're puts a hand on your shoulder. He's like, "Hey man, there's nothing wrong with simple."
Big simple's all I can really handle right now.
I don't blame you. I could go for some simple. And she looks over at Everett, who's like back and forth on the scaffolding, just like spray painting bad words on her fist. Just like, whee!
I'm pulling the netting on my new Blackbeard that does have the thing from before, and just watching her do that.
It's a poorly done job because she's scaffolding. Every once in a while, Merlin will stop her from swinging and just say,
Stop.
While everyone else is printing, I want to take the time to really quickly make a quick algorithm that will pre-print everything for me based on the data I stole from Horus and on the MetaHook data I took to maybe give it more of an authentic Horus appearance. But I also kind of want to make it custom so that it looks like basically I want it to be printed almost in ceremonial style with the tribal stuff of Spar, using the whack design codes from old Horus stuff that I found.
"Okay, yeah, you can end up making some kind of weird, some weird shapes actually with your some of your netting code is makes it look pretty gnarly."
I don't know how to use the machine, so I just bring it from home.
Nothing wrong with that. And then you see Merlin come over and just, or not. When Alan says there's nothing wrong with that, you can see Merlin go.
There is a lot wrong with that. Things should be standardized and proper. We need to central. Never mind. Go ahead. I'm being told that's okay.
I made sure it was very efficient in how I did it. Make sure that it didn't interfere too much, if that helps.
Merlin, you're way too uptight. Let me just adjust you a little bit. You see Everett start to walk over towards him, like with blowtorch and screwdriver going. Just like, I'm just gonna change a few things. To which Merlin responds,
I would crush you in a matter of seconds. And use your blood as motor oil. Please stop. Get back to work.
to which Everett says, fine, and types some stuff into her Omnipad, and again, the giant fist just goes, gives him the finger as she walks back towards her thing. And this fist is like size 1 mech.
Mm-hmm.
Just the fist. There is no mech attached to it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful.
How do you pilot that thing? Can you do it? Can you? It's just a fist, right?
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to anybody who's around, like any of my buddies who are printing around.
It's glorious. That's what it is.
It moves so weird. How are you guys printing? Did you guys figure it out?
You just see Zane going like this on all the options. Gonna, and then sometimes instead of swiping, go up.
He's
I'll ask you later.
He's metagaming.
Wardell calls out. Herod kind of looks up with like a little bit of a shrug.
You need anything?
I mean, I found what I'm gonna say is.
Wander over anyway.
As you're coming over, he just sort of like leans forward. Is like, I just kind of went for, I guess what you could say is the most functional for how I've been piloting so far.
I see shield.
You see dude in shield holding an AK-47 standing very stoically spinning around.
I mean, the way that Saggy Maggie took those shots last mission, it makes sense.
That's the words.
He grimaces and like he does the thing like when smokers they move the cigarette from one side of their mouth to the other side of their mouth. Takes a moment, takes it out, and just goes, I just want to reiterate, one of the reasons that I'm going in this direction is so I can put this fucking shield in front of you to make sure you don't get killed.
I just light up and shut up and
leave. As you walk away, he's like, it does kind of mean that I like this fuck. Put a cigarette.
Get the wink over the shoulder. Go back to finishing up.
Alan walks by, taps you on the shoulder, and just says, I get it.
They say we're compatible, but I still don't.
Yeah, that shit works in weird ways. Again, he looks over at Everett.
Can I pull up the file for Merlin? Just privately?
She said the S word. Merlin's, he's an NHP. Mm-hmm. He is pretty good at combat, but the majority of his functions seem to be very focused on the assembling of parts and their maximum use. He is
efficiency boy.
He is a wizard in how you build these machines. Furthermore, you can see that he was just recently cycled.
Oh. Okay. I'll keep that to myself.
Which, for those of you who are not in the know of Lancer lore, cycling is when an NHP, a non-human person, an advanced, not AI, but kind of AI, has gone for a certain point and stops thinking like a person and needs to be shackled, which essentially brings their brain back to thinking like a person so that they don't turn into an insane AI that destroys people for fun. This is a process done to NHPs very often. About, depending on the NHP, it's anywhere from like a few months to 10 years. Depending on what they are like. So volatile NHPs need to be shackled pretty often, need to be cycled pretty often, reshackled, and people like Merlin, who, I mean, you don't know what he's like after 5 years or so, but you get the impression that he's pretty straight and narrow, and likes this work. So,
is that his first cycling, or
no.
does he have?
Oh God, no. No.
Okay. Is it a long list? Like, is it an extended history? Like more than average?
He is shackled very, very not as much as an average NHP.
Okay. So he's fairly stable.
Or cycled, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he is fairly stable.
He's very, very stable, very focused, likes his job.
Okay.
Does not like fucking about, but him and Everett, for whatever reason, seem to have some sort of compatibility that works with Alan. The three of them run a stupidly tight ship down here for no reason.
Okay.
So unless there's something else you would like to do.
I want to print my mech.
You do, yeah. They would.
I want to print it.
You guys put your. There's multiple. You can see there's multiple printers down here, like seven different printers down here, ranging from very small to very, very big, size 3. Size 4.
Wow.
Which does not seem to be used very much, but yeah, the printers essentially are able to fire off whatever you want, and you're all able to notice these chutes, 4 of them, that lead down to these dispatch pads that appear to be rail guns, but for frames.
Cool.
These are how you are launched into missions.
Cannon.
Yes, you're shot like a railgun towards your mission.
Sick.
Oh yeah.
This is the best.
Really?
I thought for a very long time on how I wanted to deploy people. I thought about Power Ranger shit for a while, which I think would be fun, but it would kind of fuck with the like lore a little bit too much. I think, and that like you always have your mech in your spine, and it would be maybe someday, but at the moment,
New power at a cost.
And I'll invent that.
Power at a cost. You can have it, but you can't use your spine.
Your spine.
Just fine. It just explodes just fine when you get it out.
You penguin walk for the rest of
of
your life. But you always have a Goliath. You are able to
Always.
Railgun launches, best launches. True. That's what I settled on because the concept, the visual of it is hot. So yeah, so you guys are all able to print out your mechs, and they are readily available to you. You upload the data, and they are logged into your personalizations, your custom frame, your weaponry. Everything is loaded into your profile and ready to be printed at any point when it is destroyed.
What about a sticky note? We're at round 2. I write what turtle shell we're at. I slap it on the fist. Jog back to my mech. And get back up with the group.
Does Nick want us to do anything after this?
Yeah, why did she?
Wait.
I think the meeting was to print these, you guys.
Yeah, you see Nikki waiting by the door at the elevator, and she's like, "Good choices." I'm merely here to grant you first access. You're able to come down here whenever you want now.
Oh,
What?
awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome, question mark.
Does it have hours? Working hours?
This place? No, it's open at all times. Alan, Everett, and Merlin are basically here at any point.
Good to know.
Or at least one of them will be. She looks over at Merlin, who just is like looking at his watch, looks at all the mechs over, scans them all, gets back to work.
Time isn't reality to him. That's fine.
Yeah. He's also super hot.
It's pretty fucking cool.
Our friend Asmag drew this boy.
Cool.
Oh,
I don't know if I can show it better. It's got a
He's very
small...
oh, I
cool.
like him.
Yeah, he's really cool.
Cool.
Yeah.
I like the face geometry. That's really fun.
Yeah, he's recently come into his own of drawing like grayscale characters instead of full color, and it looks really cool.
Fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. Do we get to take these for a test ride?
If you want to, yeah, you're able to if you want to launch yourself into space, there's nothing to fight or anything, but you could go out and thrust her around if you wanted.
I look at Fox.
Wait. Legacy first. When we build our mech, I help you install a full array of cameras around your mech.
When you Squid, I have personalizations. Can this count
Yes,
as
same.
the feature?
Absolutely.
Post your setup.
Nice. So you have actually movement tracking cameras. They have like a certain angle they can track, but basically they're self-stabilizing and movement tracking. So no head bobbing, no nothing, no trembling. The top of the notch.
No latency, no.
All right.
Motion blur, no. Okay.
No motion blur, nothing of that.
Although for some inexplicable reason, God rays are turned up really high, so it constantly looks cool.
Yeah, always.
Even when there's no sun or anything, it's just God rays coming through.
It's just a paint. Like I just put some paint, some white paint on.
Oh yeah. It's highlights.
Practical effects.
Wardell looks from Fox to the mech, to his mech, to the railgun shooter, and back. And if
let's go.
If needed, I'll do it again, but I don't think it is.
Within an hour, your size 1 mechs are printed. Charlemagne, yours takes a little bit longer. Not much, but slightly longer because of its size difference. But Legacy and Fox suit up and instantly run towards the railgun launchers.
Risha.
Is it like a how do you say it? What are the boats that would have the plane on them?
Sorry?
Airship
Yeah,
carrier?
Aircraft carrier?
Yeah, air carrier. Is it like that? Is it a launcher like that where you
It's-
kind
so
of
you-
spawn something and it?
Your mech
Launch you.
is loaded into this chamber, like into the
Okay.
forward chambers, and then conveyor belt over to these drop pads where these open up, and you're lowered down into this essentially like a cave. So these are about 100 feet below where you are now. You load into them, and it almost puts you in this coating, like a soft, what feels like spray foam almost, where you're held in place, and then you can see a command show up on your data pad, on your OmniPad, that just says, basically confirm launch. Verify data. You push it, and you just hear it goes,
Mark, it's
boom, boom, and you are shot literally like a bullet. You can see sparks flying along the ground as your mech is launched into space.
Is there an asteroid or anything nearby that's a marker? And then if there's anything I can be to there and back, Fox gets a little on his feed in mech that says any mark, get set, and then the to there and back spot if there is one.
There's a small moon that shows up on your
Perfect.
ping.
Perfect.
It's bigger than the battle station. It's smaller than the moon.
That you're able to go to, and just you check clearance. It's uninhabited and potentially a lost, out of orbit moon from a
Right.
dead planet, and you're able to target whatever you want on there.
Oh, not
You're
targeted. On your mark, set, go. That's like our
Oh, you're
around the
racing?
moon- race around the moon and come
Yeah.
back. Like,
Oh shit! Okay, yeah,
You're
go
on
ahead.
Legacy.
yeah,
You guys want to
Also-
actually race?
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
however you want to do it, dates rolls or whatever.
Oh, like if you just want to, like, if you're RP racing, or if like you actually want to do it for glory, Fox would have a D6
I know.
advantage on this.
I know.
Um,
I'm gonna
yeah.
invoke
Fine.
show off as much as possible.
Yeah, same.
Uh-huh.
Gotta show off that brand new
Yeah.
mech.
Yeah,
Zane,
this is just
Zane, I'll give
true
you
love
2d6, and
I got show off. I got stay
and-
cool. Let's go.
and you'll get a 1d6. So legacy 1d6, Zane 2d6 from your background and your trigger.
So a D20. We're just going for it.
You're a d6.
How's
He's
he
2d6.
Oh,
Oh.
I'm sorry. Then I just the 5 then.
No, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's just a D20 plus 2D6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, 2d6, like you're taking the highest of the d6s, right?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Fine. No, wait. I let her win.
Shit.
Sure.
But- Because
In the dice rolls, I don't think that's allowed.
no. I also check the cameras, making sure the feed is okay, and I on my mech, on her mech, making sure everything works, everything targets properly with the camera, and we get like the best angles and all that. And I kind of do like a lot of maneuvers around her to try and make sure that the cameras are correct, and because of that, I do a false move, and I think on her mech probably, and just like spin out a little bit out of control. So it's definitely a false maneuver.
You zoom by
The moon and back.
Fox into the moon and back. You can see Legacy is jacked up on a stem as she just like vroom, flies to the moon, hits it, makes a crater, and boom, launches back directly towards Spear, while you're still trying to like calibrate the cameras.
Fully little kid trying to race you in the pool.
That's fine. It's still my fault. I think you're mech, then I spin out of control, and oh damn.
Ooh, slow down, come up to the screeching space stop right before the
Yeah, we kind of
spear
just
tag.
we just come back, and I send you the feeds, the video that I took, and I try to talk about hey, what you think about the videos. Do you think better angles? Where else could we?
I think we asked Kat what music we had, and I send it over to Kat.
Kat, can you do
Minding
some
my own
editing?
business and
Can you
then-
do some editing on that?
Huh? What are you guys? I'm trying to print this thing. Come on.
All caps recommendations? Question mark. Music emoji. Music emoji. Music emoji.
I blocked them both.
All right, well, maybe later. Anyway,
Herod's sitting next to you, and he's just like,
we should probably get back.
"Right?"
But
They tried to send me work to do. You're probably better off without these implants. Every day I'm like, you know what? Parrot's onto something. I'm just like disgruntledly, just like,
Looking at you, I think that you're a little too far gone. Unfortunately.
well, that happens when you've existed 2,869 times.
nice.
What was that number?
Suri?
2,869. And I am very nice.
That was never up for debate.
Nice.
Nice.
It's a long story. But I have been here forever, technically. But not really.
I thought the story that I had to tell you was long, but Maybe I was a little wrong there.
Well, we have plenty of time to talk.
As we come in,
you see Legacy hit the top of the top of the building, just slides down the back way too fast. We're gonna take our 10-minute break. We will be right back. If anyone goes anywhere, I'll find you and I'll kiss your mom.
don't leave.
Do it.
Unless your mom's lonely. Then
Yeah.
In which case, I'll double kiss her.
Give her a
Aw,
hug.
that's just kind of nice.
I know.
Maybe your mom needs a kiss.
Well, you can only kiss her if she agrees, though.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't
No,
she,
no.
dude?
Why would she?
Only if she agrees.
Oh, I hate this. Bye.
I have
You
the
guys wanna see a
JTT
bunny real
hair.
quick? You want to see a bunny?
Oh, it's not on stream. Hold on just one sec. I'll go back for
There's
Rabbit.
a bunny, just really quick.
show
There's
Rabbit.
just a little bun.
Oh, a little
bunny.
burger.
Little
That's
guy.
Gilbert. That's Gilbert. That's Fruit
Eat it.
King.
Gilbert
Eat
looks
it.
like a beta.
He's a little dude.
No, he's the alpha. He doesn't give a shit
He
about
doesn't give a
anything.
I should about anything, but they're sweet. Little dudes.
He just consumes. He's
Yeah,
an
me
elder
too.
Tor.
Me too.
Goblin.
Relatable. All right, time to empty my
Toxic
widow
tunes.
bladder.
Bye.
Don't forget, mics are hot. If you guys want to chat with chat is still here. Hey, chat. Hey, team.
Hey, Big Papa.
Oh, I like that. Like that.
Well, you're Ben.
I can't be. I'm the Slumgin Master.
One gym master.
One gym master.
I'm just waiting to win my bet with Devil.
What's
Remember when we
the
had
bit?
raffles during breaks? Yeah, the raffles. I guess I could start drawing mechs on my Etch a Sketch.
It'd be pretty cool.
Max with tits.
Or just like interpret a moment.
Don't
Certain
like.
moments, good.
It's
Any
a lot.
moment, any draw.
It's a lot. It's a lot to
Artist
draw on
ever.
an Etch a Sketch. So far, right now, my specialties are Pokemon with tits,
That's pretty good though.
which I excel at. I'm
Lean-
watching.
lean into your strength.
Someone was just posting in Mooncord the reaction Off Topic had to my ad. It's just like, why do the mods write incomprehensible ads? Why indeed, Padawan?
Chocolate milk.
They get so angry every time. They hate us because they ain't us.
Yeet.
Off topic. Off topic. You know what? You know what the ironic part is? Is Off Topic is basically playing a D&D game, role playing in Off Topic.
Are they really?
Well, I just mean like they all have their own characters that they lean into. There's always the one posting tits. There's always one writing cum. They're playing characters,
It's-
you know.
I heard
It's
there's-
incomprehensible in there. I don't know how there's like an actual community of individuals who are interacting because it just looks like a shit post.
They're
board.
Horus turrets. It's
Our
a series of
Horus
what are they
Right.
called? Ochari? What are the drones called?
Otaru?
Ocho-
I don't know.
Orochi.
Orochi. It's a hive mind Orochi drone.
It just seems
Storm.
like whatever you say in there, somebody's gonna be mad, and I don't know how the community can stay together like that.
Dude, they thrive on it. It's how they. It's Korea and North Korea. It's perfect. It's harmony.
Harmony, eh?
Perfect
Is my
harmony.
magic?
No, I think TL does or did.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I have a little bit of. Oh, the camera dropped.
Rip.
Oh, also
Great.
we're back.
I just we bought 2 Strixhaven draft boxes today.
Oh, nice.
And
Did
we
you
got-
get any? Look at Doug's sub. Doug, your name's so small. It just shows so tiny. Oh, let's make it huge.
It is pretty
Doug
cool.
sub. Strixhaven.
And I just finished my Angel Commander deck, so I'm very.
Very cool.
Nice. I like Rakdos Command Punish Rush.
That's something. That's something.
I don't know any of those names. I'm.
It's red black.
I have no idea what I'm saying.
It's red black, and it's actually a thing. You were kind of getting there. You were
I-
actually kind of there.
I learned what Rakdos was from D&D and fell in love with how fucking stupid he was, and I was like, that's a character now. He was actually in what Avernus was based on. My homebrew world was a giant. The Bazaar was based on a volcano island that Rakdos lives inside, and
Cool.
Sick.
just
Really
blows.
cool.
So like all those black spots where people were blown up, where Rakdos, where you break the law, Rakdos just comes out and goes no, and then disappears.
That's fucking great.
Yeah. That was the original concept before it got appropriated to Avernus. Avernus.
I have no clue what happened, but my Camera.
Avernus.
camera doesn't work anymore.
Your camera doesn't work
No.
anymore?
I don't know. I tried to unplug it and plug it back again.
Did you hit
Whoa,
stop and
really?
start video?
Aren't you tech support? You should know this.
I
No,
got
I'm
it
not.
Magic.
Oh,
Ah,
there we
Alright,
go.
whoa.
Alright.
We got the full.
The
It's like we got
cat's
the
fee-
cocaine point of view.
I have a small collection of, I don't know if you can see.
The
of,
Kegel King. What up, bro? Good name.
This is showing us your hands, my guy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Let's see here.
If this is about to show us magic decks, no. Let's play
No.
Lancer.
No, it's not. No,
Okay.
look, those are all filled with rare cards.
sick. That's
You'll
awesome.
never beat my
Golden
deck, Yugi boy.
legendary.
Literally turned it off. Kegel, nice name, dude. I like that. I'm also doing Kegels right now. I constantly have a little bit of stuff up my butt, and I'm pulling it back in and out.
You know, I don't doubt that.
It's 2021. Gaslight your friends. True. All right. Let's.
Oh, I'm also buying the D&D,
Gaslight. Girl boss. Gatekeep. Let's go.
the D&D edition coming up.
Yes.
Girl boss.
We're spending
That looks
money on
cool
it.
as hell.
Hell yeah.
Yeesh.
Anyway, mechs and guns and Lancer.
Oh wait, that's not right. The other thing that you are given down here, as you are
Shave.
loading up your level 1 mechs, is a small data disk, not a physical disk, but an actual like node of information that Alan brings over to you. Says, "Congratulations with license level 1. You guys are all able to jack in to, I think you might have met her actually, Guinevere.
Mm.
You have access to the Guinevere NHP systems now. All of you." He uploads it into your systems, and he says, "Now it might feel a little bit intrusive at first, because she's technically always there, but she's only active when you want her to be. So switch it on and off. Hey Guinevere, that kind of thing. It's up to you. However you want to decide to activate her.
Oh, okay.
Is it a Guinevere home?
It's whatever you want
For a
it to
dot.
be. Up to you what the activation is, but when you do it, you all have your own NHP.
Does Guinevere have a preference?
She will not pilot your mech. She is in your Omnipad. A preference for what?
How she is addressed or prefers that kind of a thing?
He looks at you and he says, "I don't know why I'm whispering." She's kind of into the LARP.
I'll give him
What?
a slow eyebrow raise.
She's
Into what?
she's really into LARPing.
Okay, all right.
She
Live action stuff.
are you familiar with
Yeah.
the naming system, Guinevere?
No.
He if you're got it open for a sec, and he throws a tight beam at you, and there is a Camelot level of information, and you get suddenly a burst of information on where the name Lancelot, Merlin, and Guinevere all come from.
And Levine's round table.
Yeah. And Guinevere is kind of like the muse for the King Arthur character,
That's an
and also
interesting
extremely
one.
powerful in her own right.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So feel free to access her whenever you want. Any sort of data information over and above what the normal Omninet can have. She's a tactical genius, and she will be your sit rep initiative from now on, before any mission.
Okay, good to
Yeah.
know.
So you now have access to Guinevere whenever you would like. She is like basically out of mech thing. Like I said, she's not a pilotable. She's not going to pilot your mech. She's not that kind of NHP. She is a data system NHP that can be accessed. And actually, in your compatibility test, she was that round table you were in.
Right.
Is it a narrative in HP?
What do you mean?
It'll mainly be relevant in narrative scenes rather than missions.
She's going to be your sit rep at HP. She'll
Yeah.
tell you, but yeah, she can also work like in game, like in combat if you want, but she won't like give you any upside. She could just provide insight.
Yeah.
You could ask
Okay.
her for strategy or something.
Yeah, she'll
Okay.
provide you with information before the mission. Over and above that,
So-
she's also very. She's kind of like the strategist in that, like, if you're having trouble putting the pieces together, you can intervene with her and kind of have a powwow if you wanted.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh.
And one thing Alan tells you is that each one that you have is your own. Like, it's not a multi-networked Guinevere. Every one of your Guineveres are individual and will kind of change slightly with you.
Cool.
So, like, each Guinevere knows they are a Guinevere, but that there might be particular ones they might not like. Like, someone's Guinevere might not get along with someone else's Guinevere, whereas, but unless you put them together, they are essentially your kind of closed network.
Hey, Guinevere.
She
In my
comes
little
in.
personal little bubble, like whatever
Yeah,
version of that
in
it
your
is.
head. You basically are put into a small room. You guys see Legacy instantly gloss over as Guinevere shows up in your head.
Well,
Yes, Knight of Cradle, how can I assist you?
ooh, that's weird. I was just wondering if this isn't a stupid question, but if you haven't already reviewed...
You are a knight, Wardell. There's no need to apologize, and there are no stupid questions.
Well, thanks, Guinevere. Well, if you haven't already watched our missions and reviewed our VODs, could you review some of my my executables and give me a more safer path next time? I feel like I'm on the riskier end here, and my friends are looking up shields, you know?
I am happy to review. I'm happy to review
Two
your.
out of 3. It's kind. I kind of probably gotta think about that. So
I'm happy to review your combat logs and come up with a. You are extremely reckless.
yeah, you got the triple Overwatch, didn't you?
Yes,
I want to avoid that. So just whatever you can do, get that whirring, and I will too.
between us girls, I think it would be a lot more effective if you embraced it. You're here for a reason. You didn't get here for being safe, Knight. Your armor is thick and your sword is powerful. You are here for what you are. Perhaps it is better if you embraced it instead of shying away from it.
I mean, maybe shields aren't so bad.
Teamwork is part of the game.
Compatible, yeah.
Compatibility.
I
We are
know
all
that.
we are all sitting around the round table. We are all Knights of Cradle on this divine mission.
Thanks, Guinevere. Thanks for the pep talk. And I'll take it back to my friends now.
Yes. You're here to kill.
You'll
For me, I am your queen.
Embrace your destiny. What is that? Sir
They're the
Sword.
ones who will shield you. You will kill.
compromise.
Yeah. So unless there is something else you would like to do down here, I don't. So just as like a gameplay thing, that was totally fine. I like that. I don't want to constantly be like calling on Guinevere, like, what's this? What's this? What's this? It's just like, It's
Oh, yeah.
more like she is your sit rep at HP.
Mhm.
She can provide some sort of insight occasionally, but it's not like something I want to constantly switch into.
For sure.
And she is also, like I said, they said, and presumably they're not lying. She's not omniscient. She's not always there. She's only there when you want her to be.
Right. But yeah, noted. Cool.
Guinevere,
Great
I
act.
piss my pants.
Yeah. Exactly.
No one can unpiss your pants but you.
Damn.
Fuck.
Alexa, can you bark? Whenever can you bark like a dog? All right. Everyone all set in the hangar? I say once I blip back into where we are.
Yeah, you're still here.
Yeah.
Nikki says, "You're all done."
Yeah.
At that, he just kind of pops up and just starts walking wordlessly towards the elevator.
Yeah. All right. Done my part. If you guys want to hang out here more, have at it. I'm taking my leave. You can see her go
Yeah.
into the elevator, start to undo her ponytail, and then just be like, "Nah," and then if you guys want to come up, you can. The
Yep.
day is yours. The options for your final 2 classes are debate class or the arena
Let's go debate class, I think.
with Najal.
We're
think
sliding
Damn
Yeah,
it!
down.
But
time
now
to
we
talk.
have LL1 though.
Yeah, but let's take it slow. Last time you're the one who won it.
Well, I'm just healing towards the turtle shell. I'm gonna keep doing laps until we decide with them.
Yeah, I mean, you guys don't have to be together. It's up to you. Whatever. If there's other things, like I said, the narrative of Lancer is pushed by the players. So if there's something you want to do, feel free to do it. I am happy to oblige. The classes are available to you when you want them. Najal is waiting. So is what's his name? Diplomacy Officer Yuntal. So it's up to you. If there's something else you'd like to do, or observe, or some sort of narrative shit you'd like to do, there is no, like I said, it operates on your speed.
The only thing I was primarily after was that confrontation that I had. So, at least right now, narratively, I'm satisfied with where Herod is, because there's not really a lot else to pursue on that front, I would think. Unless I'm not thinking outside the box enough, but I think I'm good.
There is no wrong answer. You could literally do the missions back to back to back. I wouldn't care. Things are going to happen whether you investigate or do anything or not, and there is no wrong answer.
Before we go to class, I'm just gonna message the Fox and be like, "You want to talk?"
Yeah, that I was about to say that. Yeah.
I'll go to wherever we can have an encrypted line.
Where would you guys go to talk?
Well, can you make my or your room ice?
I can try. I can try to. I would attempt to shut off at least as many communications as I can without causing alarm.
Similar
I just-
to and I only say this to reiterate it, just so you guys are aware of kind of the narrative play of it. You are very much in control, as much as
We're
if-
trusted.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
They brought you here you would not be on this ship if they thought you were any sort of major threat, which is weird considering some of the other people that are on the ship. Which kind of boggles the mind a bit. But you are
Somebody
more-
else is in control.
you are more than capable of essentially having private conversations, existing off the grid, and doing what thou please.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to have
Oh,
a private
analog.
conversation, it's just up to you where you decide to do it. Now, if you had it in the cafeteria, some nosy bitch might poke their nose in. If you have it in a bar, more than likely people can't hear it over the music.
You can
But
go to the turtle shell.
yeah, if you want to just go and have a casual conversation in the turtle shell, then you are more than happy or more than
right.
comfortable doing so.
Then my room or your room?
Doesn't matter.
All right.
That means
Sit
something
quietly
different where I'm
wherever
from.
Herod is sitting.
I know. Remember Canadian meme dump?
No, it just means where we fucking.
While they're having that conversation, I want to go sit quietly wherever Herod is sitting quietly.
Hey, Herod! Boom! You enjoying the silence?
No, just go sit.
Nice silence, bro.
There's probably like a solid 5 seconds. Like what is he's meant to be awkward silence, but I'm sure Wardell doesn't perceive that at all. And at a certain point, he just goes, "What's up?"
If you haven't noticed by now, Wardell's got sort of like a info skin on, so it kind of blurs it, but she's got cybernetic ears. Just listen to the music.
He lets out like one laugh, crosses his arms and just like fake bobs, not listening to anything.
And I'm done with my aside, thank you.
All right. Well,
That's a good mental image for me.
I invite you to my room then, and it is now where before he started to unbox his stuff. Right now, it's filled with rarities of old technology and stuff like that on shelves
wow.
and small things like that.
I go over and look at him like, oh, whoa, not touching anything, being very respectful. Oh my gosh, these are
Yeah.
awesome.
Every time you look at one, he kind of explains to you a little bit, just very quickly where it comes from, and it always starts with "My mom got that. My mom got that."
Wow, your mom really travels.
Yeah, a lot. She's really into that stuff.
Well, that's awesome that she sends it to you, or do you buy it off of her?
No, those are the ones those are the one we found together.
Oh, that's nice. But
Yeah.
Is
Those-
this what you wanted to talk about?
No. Can you heist the room?
Yeah. It gets colder.
You see, you see.
She just throws a trace of ice on that.
I was gonna say unnecessary, but she makes the aircon turn on for no reason. The lights flicker for a moment as you can feel that there is essentially a dome put over where you are as Banshee sets down a device.
All right. I'm being extremely overly cautious here about what's her name? I forgot the name. I'm bad at names.
Which
Maven?
one? Maveen.
Maveen. But Maveen, what we spoke with Maveen.
Mhm.
I'm not 100% familiar with Horus,
Oh,
but could you tell me a little bit about their usual MO and kind of how the members see themselves, if you know?
I
Any
don't
kind
know
of
too much
information
about-
you have about them would be great, would help me.
I don't know a lot about members, but I know they're flashy. They like to be in your face and make a statement, and all I know is that's what they did to me in the middle of my championship match.
Oh,
I only
yeah, I kind
know
of get that.
Yeah.
The attack the city I was into, kind of crazy.
Yeah, my entire team and our entire league got all of our credentials eradicated, so
Oh,
they like to make a statement, and I can't ever compete
Yeah.
again, so I know they like to make it permanent.
Oh.
I'm trying to figure out some information myself.
All right. So flashy, eh? I can do flashy.
It's weird, like very prophetic.
Pathetic.
You guys would
But they have-
know. Sorry, just to
I'm guessing.
yeah.
I'm
you're-
guessing based on my various darknet interactions and my championship match. That's it.
You're also not wrong. The difference is that Horus and people who claim to be Horus is similar, unironically, to Anonymous.
Anonymous. Yeah.
In that people claim to be anonymous all the time,
Yeah.
and instead they're literally fucking kids
There's
with
no
a Guy
actual
Fawkes mask.
centralized Horus.
There might be some Horus members who attack Omnithreat, Omnithreat matches and post meat spin
for
on
fun.
the main screen, like in the middle.
Yeah.
There
Yep.
are others who will literally take down banks. Even more, attempt to liberate illegal technology. It is.
Yep.
There is no central organization as far as anyone can tell.
Yeah.
What is what is firm in terms of Horus knowledge is that they only manifested as a open cabal after the Demos event.
Which do we know about that?
Oh yeah, the world
okay,
does.
cool. So we do know everything about that. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
The moon of Mars
Which is so
disappeared because an
cool.
AI god
Mephisto.
showed up and said no.
Mephisto.
So
And that's when
What I-
Horus showed up, and they don't claim affiliate with either side. They just seem to manifest when that showed up. When that
Cool.
event happened. And that's when NHP started showing up as well. These personalized characters who need to be cycled.
Okay. Well, all right. I just try to gather as much information as possible about how they manifest to people. Not necessarily when they do their their bad stuff, but just when they try to approach people or stuff like that. Maybe when they
Could I
communicate with people.
could I help you like research this through like sending you links to where I previously interacted with them or any sort of just random data I've found on the net? Could we maybe combine some triggers and do some research that way? I don't know if that's something we can do, Squid.
You can do whatever the
Or if
fuck
that's
you
what you
want in this game. I react to whatever the fuck you weirdos do. So
Is that what you're
Yeah.
kind of thinking?
how
Yeah,
D&D
so-
should ideally work, but definitely how this game works.
So basically, Fox would try to draw a pattern in the way that people are approached by Horus. Is that by Horus?
You're trying to see how they recruit.
Yeah, not necessarily
Or just
just
contact.
recruitment, but also just contact. Any bit of small snippet of information or anything like that can be useful. And even if it's just they send me an email or
What
Whatever,
forums
you know.
do they
Post-it
frequent?
note.
What,
Yeah.
What r/wherever is
Yeah.
horrible.
a bunch of betards and
Yeah.
that's it.
Or slash Suro.
Yeah, or is it just like a dude in a trench coat that accosts you at the corner store?
And that makes it really hard
44chan.
Mm-hmm.
because
Yeah,
it's the difference is that Kat has been to these places. Other people in your party have also had run-ins with cells, but Kat relatively recently has gone there to get the meta hook,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
which you would all have been able to identify when you went out into the asteroid as
But also
I
not
think I shared
just
it.
Alien.
deep net information,
not like hidden.
but just also general information. Unfortunately, Zane is not a very good Googler. But also general information of people who would say like, "Oh, they contacted me for this. They wanted ransom or something." And how did they contact him? And what was the style of the contact? Was it like a piece of paper with cutouts and stuff like that, or?
Jigsaw.
And he just tries to basically do the whole wall with the chords and try to
Pepe
try to
Silva.
see some sort of pattern. And it's not a project that he's gonna do just now. it might just be something we do over a large amount of time. But just start preparing that to try and prepare himself as to how he kind of want to make himself known to Horus so they try to contact him. What does he need to do? What does he need to do for them to try and contact him?
I would like to attempt to use my word on the street trigger and my prior darknet knowledge about Horus with my background to potentially glean any information about how, because I made my encryption right. I'm assuming that they're going to come to me. But I want to try and use that role to see if I could glean anything from my past experiences about maybe something that I've seen happen or something that caused them to reach out.
Word on the street would be something specifically tangible. That'd be some triad gang level shopkeeper kind of
Gossip,
intel.
news, or hearsay from the streets or a particular social scene. Not
Yeah.
Darknet forum.
As I said, we're not only looking at Darknet. We're looking just at this guy. It was on the journal saying that.
I suppose you're not just looking only online. Yeah. Then let's put 2d6 plus and a d20.
Okay.
All right.
Herod Boros and AirPod.
Take an ear off? I don't know that word. We'll figure it out. I cast it.
That was plus 2d6, but so it would be 8 plus 5.
I don't know how to do it. 12.
Yeah, I guess I think. Actually, I don't know either.
And again, Squid, I want to reiterate that this would
Please.
not be something we do in one night necessarily.
Yeah.
It was just my one time,
This
we're
is
talking about it.
Banshee.
Let me see.
Banshee can poke the internet pretty fucking fast.
Yeah.
I have I'm always connected. I have the cybernetic enhancement suite, so I'm literally always online.
I have a laptop.
Nice. Oh wow.
Cool. So with a 8, 13, a 10, 10's enough to kind of get you there. You know where Horus is. You know the corners of the internet they hang out in, or the Omninet.
Mhm.
How far you probe in is kind of up to you, but you're able to connect with them in a way that you wouldn't show up and just be like, hey, who's Horus in here? You have your gamer
No.
tag that's like
I'm like
new
fly on the
girl
wall.
69, and it's just like, hey, I'm new here, kissy face, what's up?
I'm so random.
Penguin of Doom.
Although 69 is my given name.
Yeah, you alias into a few forms and cast your net in a wide range.
And also, I'm doing this knowing that Zane is not tech savvy and would get demolished trying to attempt this.
Oh yeah, I mean, he is not net savvy. He is tech savvy, but not
You're
net
tech
savvy.
Yeah.
Someone would ask him his password on Steam and he'd give it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I just make a new Steam if I
Just buy a new Steam and I'll replace it.
I will just no. I would just make a new Steam.
Oh, literally a new Steam. Just become Gabe.
Yeah.
Listen, tomorrow I'm going to send you a link in the morning. Open your laptop and click on it, and I need you to type in this username. Big
Okay.
tit. Capital
All right.
LOL. Okay?
Okay.
Just sign in as that and type 36363689.
Okay.
Okay? And then log off immediately.
Okay.
And then don't open your laptop for the rest of the day, okay?
All right.
All right. You actually bring your laptop over to my room, and I'm gonna. We need to put it somewhere. We'll take care of it, okay? But just let me know when you sign in.
Yeah.
It's all right. Don't worry about it. Pat you on the shoulder. Nothing's bad.
That's
Nothing bad can
fine.
happen. Just
It's
really
fine.
turn it off.
I trust you. It's not like it's my only laptop, and I open the thing. I open my my thing, and there's 7 laptops in there.
Make sure they're turned off too.
Oh yeah, they are. They're my
Okay.
backups.
Okay. All right. Well, just be careful. You don't want to probe too much deeper than that, okay?
Oh yeah, don't worry. I'm a little bit used to this. We had one guy at our R&D. He did that kind of stuff too, and He talks a little bit like you.
Oh,
Always telling me to not to worry about signing on thing and going on that shady website.
have you ever worried?
Me? No. Why would I worry? I'm always surrounded by the best.
Aw. Well, good
And
to know.
yeah. So basically, as I said, any info on how they approach, or basically what I want to know is how do I make myself approachable? Like, what do I have to do for them to try and contact me?
She's giving you a good start, which is big tit
Yeah.
lol.
Yeah, make that low. Either by being a target or being a recruitment possibility. Either or. Doesn't matter to me.
Big tit lol 336699 is I forget what the password was, but that's a
It was 36363689.
Yeah.
right.
Very
Oh,
locked down.
Good.
Oh my
Very
God,
locked down.
You are able to do such. You
All right, cool.
this will be something you can pursue later, but the net is cast.
I cast a webcomic over to Herod's little data pad while we're sitting there. I'm giggling to myself.
Sharing memes.
No, a comic. Full comic.
Nice. All right. Well, thank you, Kat. Really appreciate it.
No problem. Are we going to class today?
I don't know. I was thinking more like tomorrow.
Sure. Sounds good to me. I don't.
Those
you know,
those
I
guys
do some
seem busy over
enthusiasts.
there.
Oh yeah, I look over. I'm like, oh, oh, they're bonding.
Very
Every once
nice.
in a while, I look over to see if he's listening or reading it.
There's like a peak every once. Like the listening is definitely happening at this point, but contextually, Herod is like in his late 40s. So like a lot of this, because obviously we're still super fast forward in time, but there's still like a culture gap. Yeah, there's a culture gap. So like every once in a while, like they'll look over, just like I don't understand why that's funny, but all right.
Is that music? God damn.
You've also been on a pretty remote place for about 15 years? 10? I forget.
Longer? No, it was a long time. I think we're looking at like 20.
20? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Alright, cool. That was it for me. I'm gonna wait to get a little bit of info on this before starting my carousing of trying to find who's who.
Yeah.
Alright. So I actually, for the rest of the night, I invite everyone to at the table to play a card game, as I have a physical card pack.
Cool.
Oh, fuck.
It's some sort of a mix and match between multiple different games, since they've been lost to time. It's kind of just a rendition that my mom made up.
No. Where did you get these?
Oh, we I play Face Hunter. Yeah. We bought them at a bazaar on a desert planet.
It's a bunch of different bazaars and a bunch of different planets. This is.
Yeah, I think it was
Me also go face.
C-7354?
As that suddenly manifests in the universe. Giant bizarre planet.
A desert bizarre planet.
Added to the itinerary.
That started as a flea market zone and realized very quickly that cards held the most value, and now it's literally just
It's
card
not-
games. They've
Oh,
made
okay. Well,
their own
it's a
game.
giant card game
Yeah, it's
emporium.
only card game. They've
You
taken
haven't
cards
done
from every different game that's ever existed, and they've turned it into this weird stew card game where you can
Oh,
use
God.
different cards.
I play my
There's like
blue
one
my
Pokemon.
dragon to
Okay,
counter
old
your counter
maid.
spell.
Yeah, and then
play
all of a
Old
sudden
Maid.
Pikachu comes out. It's just like with a bunch of stones on top of it.
A tarot card and like an Uno.
Ace of spade. I win.
Yeah, it's literal playing cards.
Woo! Austin's foil. Whoa.
No, that's just dirt.
Oh.
Shiny dirt.
That one's magnetic.
Foil it
Just-
with dirt.
Yeah. Does anyone want to play those card games?
What's it
Yeah.
called? How do you play?
It's called a 7-Jack Monte, and you have to gather the 7 jacks in your hand to win by stealing it from your opponent. But you can only do so if you trade 3 cards to the discard pile and then give 1 to your.
It's
And
Yu-Gi-Oh.
he starts
It's
like,
Yu-Gi-Oh.
He starts
It's Yu-Gi-Oh.
basically like he starts a 45-minute explanation on how to play.
All right, get your d20s, y'all.
All right.
So
who's
how do
playing?
we win?
Good question.
Maybe we just
After,
like
after
learn.
45 minutes are up, Herod is
fans.
left. He's not even in
Well,
the
already
table anymore.
15 minutes into the explanation, Herod has gone to the kitchen.
I'm rolling my d20.
Aaron,
See who's
come
winning.
on.
I'm trying to play, but I.
Wow.
how's it going. If
Oh
I
my
wait,
god! Well, shit, I don't want to roll now.
activated my trump card.
Oh.
Shuttle
Try
realm mother.
to.
How many times does Wardell roll natural 20s? I
I'm sick of it, personally.
Yeah.
Somebody wants to do the math.
It's literally 1.5 times a session.
You just have
I know.
an
If I
intense
wasted that-
battle. At the end, you just have an intense battle between me and Legacy, where I counterspell or counterspell that she
Dude, roll
counterspell.
again. Roll again. Let's go. We have to. Somebody's gotta win.
Shit.
We should play Killer Ones.
6.
Killer Ones is a good game. Oh my lord!
Oh.
She can't be stopped. She just there's
winning
all
this
day.
weird rivalry of
Damn.
Legacy
Luck.
dunking on Fox's hobbies.
No reason.
Luck of the beginner. Good job.
Double or nothing.
All right, you're on.
As we will, you, Banshee, and Herod's been gone for a while. As Wardell and Zane stay up way too late, playing like
Arm wrestle.
games constantly.
Damn it.
Mm-hmm.
14, 13, 12.
Aw.
Um,
Zane, I thought you said it's fun.
It is fun.
You just try to try another round. You didn't quite get the rules. You're still learning.
It's fine. We'll play a couple of times. Don't worry.
Yeah.
what does while the three of them are playing their card game, Herod? What do you do?
I would think that just in like the exasperated nature of things, with like being so out of touch with like whatever the fuck is happening, probably just wanders, thinks about cooking, wanders out to the mess hall, picks food up, and then just leisurely walks back, and then crosses in late, sees everyone still playing, has like a bowl of like the beans and mash or whatever. Someone throws a card down, they scream, and he just takes a bite and just goes into the room and just closes door.
That's
Oh.
where
Magic Pokemon.
the night will end as the day passes where
It was a good round of poker. The magic Pokeo.
Oh, that was really close.
my
I
gosh.
just need
Oh
to
my
say-
gosh. Yeah! I did it!
You're learning. You're
Oh my
learning,
gosh.
cat.
Herod.
There
it's
you go,
about
Cat.
It's been
it's
like 4
about
hours.
6 hours later, and you hear Banshee
Finally
scream that she's finally unable to give up until she wins something.
You guys hear just something hit the wall.
Oh,
You damn kids!
Maybe
If there's like any sound dampeners or like switches or anything, he's like fumbling for that at this point.
For sure.
I turn up the soundproofing wherever we are. Like a Google
Oh, good game, everyone. That was great. That was great.
Man, that took forever. Oh, awesome.
What time is it?
I don't know. Oh, it's 4 a.m.
Oh.
All right. Well,
All right, class in the morning. See you later.
yeah. See you in 3 hours.
Falls asleep.
real quick, I want to like just pass by Kat and go. Can you
Yeah.
I got this funky feeling about waking up early in R&D. I don't know what to even look into, but can you look into that, Kat?
Yeah, I can look into it. That's fine.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
You want to unlock this huge mystery before I go to sleep? All right, peace, bro.
Thanks. Just to start with putting on the radar. Just putting it on the radar.
You're a real homie. Good night.
Night.
2 minutes before closing time, Legacy hands you a stack of papers. Can you file these?
I need them tomorrow
Hey,
morning.
Kitchen closes at 10. Can I just like full 3-course meal, please? Dessert
I
to
beat
go.
it through my metal form as a scanner. I'm faxing it. Like, come on.
No rush,
trough.
no rush.
The trough, the trench, the town. Actually, nothing closes in this whole place. There is no, like, you sleep whenever you want, but it is always operational. There's nothing that closes down in a particular time.
Nice.
Especially things that are run by NHPs. They're always occupied.
24 hours, baby.
Sweet.
And then Legacy comes back the next day and is like, "Oh yeah, I needed that in 1 week."
Your only limitation
Come on, guys.
is because no matter how far into the future we get, the human brain is highly operational on a lot of sleep.
Week.
Is weak. Exactly.
It's week.
Week with lack.
Imagine
Sleep,
needing
it
to
is-
sleep
there
in
is-
the future.
There is no way to beat sleep. Sleep is still something that like organizes you. It sorts all of the information you've got. Yeah. So,
All right. I think
um,
we're all ready for the next day.
Herod,
Class.
how do people keep track of time? Is it still a 24-hour cycle? Yes, only because of, like I said, that's kind of like the ideal situation. But basically, you can kind of set these time nodes for when people want to meet, because not everyone keeps track of time similarly. Like Zane's concept of a day is different than say Herod's, and
it's
Banshee's a
probably like
gamer
a
because so
standard
she like
time.
doesn't sleep. Whereas Wardell tires herself out and passes out whenever she does.
Okay.
But like Herod's concept, where the size of the planet might vary, where he has like a 37-hour day, but sleep is no matter what constantly available or constantly necessary. Where you're recommended to get between 6 to 8 hours is kind of like
It's just
So-
like it's human function. We still need
exactly
sleep.
yeah.
So what
It's
I
the
hear is between
circadian
4
rhythm.
and 5.
Yeah, it's up to you. So some of you might operate on 5 hours, some might operate on 10. It's just it's a circadian rhythm. Everyone has a different one.
Way to become the nighttime nocturnal crew. Make everybody get up for 4 a.m. class.
Let's go. Wake up, Teach.
All right.
Run.
Oh, there we go. We have our name, the Night Team.
Oh, that was fuck. That's something I was about to say. Nikki would have told you that before you go into Najal's arena, she won't let you come in without a name.
God
So
damn it.
whether it's temporary or not, it's up to you. But she'll need something.
We're
It's
Sounds like something
it's a
we can handle
tribal
in the big
thing.
class. Sounds like
I'm
something
gonna
we
let
can
you
handle.
guys name the team, cause
Greasy Negata.
otherwise we'll be called
Do.
we'll be called the team.
compatible.
Oh yeah, that's
Oh.
what we wanted, right? That was good.
It's up to you. Wait, fuck. It's really up to you. Whatever you
He's
I like
decide.
that one.
reflecting.
I like that one.
Shackle me.
I really like the
to the cycles.
compatibles.
I like compatible as the name.
Yeah,
It's really
I like
funny.
it too.
The compatibles.
Yeah,
We are compatible.
we're
We are
compatible.
I don't care what anyone says.
We are compatible.
Just compatible.
It's up to you.
We are compatible.
Yeah,
So
we're
they
compatible.
So they say.
So they said.
They told us we were.
Poor Aaron.
And we took it to heart.
All right, bye.
Dabs out of the way.
Just DM us next time.
Why does everyone run with their arms behind their back?
It makes you
It's very
aerodynamic,
straight.
I think.
Chicken
Yeah, that's how every. Okay, I'm making it canon. That's how everybody runs in the future.
Yeah, everyone's
Then-
decided figured out that that's the most aerodynamic way to move,
Yeah, that's how you go
Perfect
faster.
World.
especially in the
Everyone running.
anti-gravity chambers.
It's just peak for going
That's how
down
you
those
channel it.
halls. Yeah. It's just cool.
So, where are you guys going?
You guys want to
Alright.
go debate about this team name or whatever else?
I think I
It
want to
seems
go.
like it's a good enough opportunity.
It's always changeable.
Hmm?
I think
I
I
know
still
you guys
wanna
are
go
throwing
debate.
around compatible, but while I do think it is a funny joke, I'm not necessarily sure that's, I don't know, something that we want to carry on.
Well,
but that's just
You already say that word a lot, so I mean, it's part of your vocabulary already.
well, most words are part of my vocabulary, Zane.
Yeah.
Well,
Why are we fighting?
Gramps
We're
got
at
7
all.
hours instead of 8.
Well,
Deep,
what do you
tightening arm cross.
Do you have any ideas?
The
toss something in
problem,
the
the
head?
problem is I don't have any solutions for this. So
Then I guess beggars can't be choosers, can they?
you are very correct.
No, but we can always change it later.
We have
Maybe
till
when
the,
we do
arena.
something of note, win the arena, I guess.
Oh, we got a license early.
Yeah,
It's
Oh,
kind
yeah,
of a note.
I wanted to look that up. What's the fastest that someone was promoted L1 from LL0?
B Squad
Apart from
came.
like wartime.
Yeah, B Squad came prepared, or came leveled up because they were essentially there to handle things that needed to be done.
No, but I just mean in general.
Um,
Like, who was
well-
the fastest?
You guys, that has not been. No one else has graduated yet.
Oh, I mean, wait. So Spear Academy is a new thing?
Yes, this is literally a spearhead project. You might even say that's where it got its name from.
Wow!
Oh my god!
Whoa!
You're better at me than naming things.
I'm cool.
Well, in any case, let's slide over to class, chew on it, and we have until the arena. All right,
Yeah,
compatible or otherwise.
we might find something else in the debate class.
Point is, we got time to think about it.
Each other.
Oh,
I'm sure there's some catch because there's been one every other time.
yeah, we're gonna face
Yeah.
like 7 pirates or
Do you
something.
think? Yeah. Do you think
They're gonna
there's a
throw
bomb?
insults at us.
As you say that, I like go back into my room and come out with my like archaic signature and just have like a big fucking
Yeah.
old ass sniper rifle slung over my shoulder.
For debate class.
Good thinking, Herod.
I know.
Going to.
Look,
You have a
they ma-
segment knife.
You
Just a
made a
mouthy
very
segment
good
knife.
point because every time someone has told us, "Oh, it'll be fine. You'll be all right. Everything is going exactly as planned." You are correct. It all goes to shit very fast.
Just-
I Squid, outside of DM Daddy syndrome, am telling you right now, it is literally a debate class. It is literally philosophical questions.
Yeah, but
Being
in
discussed.
character, I want to now
We're
now
suspicious.
out of character, I want to bring my fucking gun because everything has always gone bad.
You never know how the debate's gonna go.
I don't know. It's my
What
question
teacher
to
said
the
that they just
class.
shoot students?
It's
These
pl-
people
plus
don't have their
2.
heads on straight.
+2 to intimidation check the whole time
She's
the guy debating you has a gun.
She's. Herod sits down to the debate as the guy adjusts his
Yeah.
glasses. Herod takes his sniper apart and reassembles it at the table, puts it
Like
down.
polishing the barrel in between, like
He just has the smoke and he looks at everyone going like, "Are you sure? Are you sure about that?"
You head over to debate class.
Hell yeah.
At your leisure, which is this one over here. This
Oh, I
spear-looking
get it.
thing.
Black or it's white.
Yeah. Either right or wrong.
Fun.
There is no wrong.
Okay.
As
It's
you come in to class, and you are met with diplomacy officer Yuntal.
now you have to switch it to diplomacy chill.
Diplomacy what?
This music, diplomacy dash chill.
Oh no, I have diplomacy music. Don't think I don't, you stupid bitch.
Yeah, it's called
No, the
diplomacy chill.
joke is you have two.
Diplomacy chill.
You have two. You have diplomacy chill and diplomacy.
Oh, diplomacy aggressive or diplomacy problem.
Yeah.
It's just the exact same music as Asteroid's problem. Wait, do it? Does this work?
I actually don't hear it. Oh wait.
Oh, there it is.
I hear politics teachers team.
Very quiet. Objection!
Ah,
I
Is this
forget what
something
this song is because I picked it literally 3 months ago. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna let it I'm gonna let it ride. I'm gonna see what Stoned Cody chose. And
oh yeah.
Stone Cody is always in charge of picking.
Always up to something.
While we get to diplomacy class, I tell the girls that you can buy booster bucks for poker to Magi Pokeho.
What's the name of the game? Magic Pokeo?
No, it's poker. 2 dots. The Magi Pokeho.
Poker to Magi Pokeho.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good ass game.
Greasy Negator.
Greasy Gators. Copy that.
No, I'm not the one who invented the name of the game.
You are greeted to a class relatively populated by a few different individuals. You notice the presence also of B Cubed. B Cubed is
They're
also
here.
currently in your area.
It's those losers.
Wait. Can I adjust them all at once, or does it do it separately?
You're so little.
It does it separately. They're so little. They're tiny baby boys.
Tiny little piss babies.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
No, come back, Aaron, please.
I'm sorry. I'm on the other team now.
No.
+1.
Thankfully, I know I can catch up to you because you're walking.
That's my main weakness.
So slow.
I refuse to glide.
Cool guys don't look at explosions.
And also don't use anti-gravity. You are greeted by the center, or in the center of a large almost like Death Star shaped classroom that angles all the way up. The light and dark side is kind of more just like an aesthetic thing as you guys start to come into the classroom, and you can see the diplomacy officer Yuntal is sitting at his desk filing papers, and as you come in, each individual person just says, "Make yourself at home." Where doth thou sit?
Right here.
On the
And
forefront.
Crisscross applesauce between black and white.
Across from
His
Baba
philosophy.
Yaga. Because I recognize her gamer tag.
Yeah, you would, for the first time, recognize her gamer tag. She is currently. Oh, sorry. She is playing coy if she is aware. Hold on just 1 second. OCD.
Yeah.
She is playing coy if she does recognize you. She is not paying you any attention. In fact, you can tell as a person who spends the majority of their time also on the OmniNet that she's currently there. Her one eye is glassed over, and she's kind of
Got
like
Cheeto
almost.
fingers.
What's that?
She's got Cheeto fingers. She's busy.
She does have Cheeto fingers. She's constantly like kind of swaying back and forth, almost like a.
She's playing a racing game, but it's kind of bleeding through, so she's like,
Yeah, Stevie Wonder. There we go. She's constantly kind of like
okay.
Stevie wondering back and forth, almost like a snake under trance. And as you come in, everyone kind of fills in. Those of you, as the last person comes in, there's a few people you don't recognize either. It's basic level cadets, that kind of thing. And as the last person comes in, the doors close behind that last person. And it shuts, not locking in an aggressive way, like you're stuck here with me. It's more just like, class has started. You are all here because there is, and he makes eye contact, what feels like with every one of you, potential. There's potential in all of you. Fuck politics song. You guys, I got horny on this one. I really waited this one out. There is so much that many of you do not understand about the universe as a whole. And while you think you might, you do not. You can see Diplomacy Officer Yuntal is dressed in battle armor. He has a sword at his side, like a literal sword, and
Looks
he
that
is
sniper rifle.
wearing a similar. He's wearing a insignia of Harrison Armory. As he steps into.
He's stepping all over the place.
Steps on all of your feet.
Is that diplomacy?
How do you respond? No, he steps into the center of the actual room, standing between the black and the white. And again, kind of references similar themes to what Maveen had mentioned the first time you came through in her original speech, and says, "You are here because you are supposed to be. This is where you belong. Do any of you feel like you don't belong here?"
Look at the other team.
Yaga is like literally not paying attention. Bloodhawk legs, both of them bouncing enough that you can hear them hitting the top of the desk. Bougie claps the back of his head aggressively. And Bonaparte is drawing in his book.
Make a silly face at Bonaparte and just hold it for a bit.
He does not know. He's infinitely distracted by whatever the fuck he's drawing in his pages.
Get bored after like 30 seconds. Okay, he's done. Okay.
You can see his armor is also like riddled with drawings. But the Yuntal says, first and foremost, we are peacekeepers. Defenders of those who need it, and diplomats. You must not think of yourselves as warriors until it is a last option. There will be times when violence in pursuit of peace will be the first and perhaps the only option. But your words and how you wield them will be your greatest asset. Your goal when going to these new worlds is to show and convince them that what they achieve with our cooperation, installing the Cradle node, and establishing a pure OmniNet network with Union is phase 1. Once that's installed, we can begin construction of their own Blink Gate, making sure that safety and commerce is always held intact. This is our mission. This is our main operative. You are always going to be representing Cradle. Now, some things to see where your head's at. Let's begin with some few topics. There is a set of like lore-based explanations that come at you. How much of it you know and how much you don't is up to you. But the first thing that kind of opens the floor for debate is perhaps you've noticed, or maybe noticing and research aren't your strong suit, and he makes eye contact with a few people in the class. So instead, I will tell you, Spear and her sister academies are not fitted with offensive tools. The base and her weaponry is focused entirely on self-defense. Who here can tell me why that is?
I suppose Lancers are the only offense you need.
I'm sorry, Wardell. Was that you speaking?
Yeah, am I supposed to raise a hand or?
No, but I expect confidence and authority.
Noted. Is it perhaps because Lancers are the defense needed, or the offense needed?
It's not off. It's not exactly right either, though.
Perhaps we're not supposed to be known at all? Nobody else is supposed to know about us? So there's no reason to have offensive capabilities?
We're supposed to unite. If that's our cause, we don't need to be known for our guns ablazing necessarily at our home.
You're getting warmer. His eyes cloud over for a minute. Those of you from small planets, outside of Cradle's warmth, how would you respond to a warship showing up in your skies and demanding compliance?
You would comply for as long as you needed to. But
And then?
if I can speak from my own history, eyes across the room at Bloodhawk. At a certain point, you defend yourself, and you maybe even have to utilize violence to protect those that you care about and the life that you've preserved.
That's right. You're not all off, but you're not all exactly correct. The answer is exactly what you're driving at, though. We are not an offensive unit. We are diplomatic. The ways of SETCOM, and you would all know what SETCOM is, which is the previous administration to ThirdCom, which is basically the governing body of Union, is very focused on an open network, whereas SecCom was very militaristic, very guns blazing. You're mine. Here's why you're mine. Shut the fuck up. Whereas Third Com is, I love what you're doing here. Let's hey, come on.
Let's do it together.
Let's do it together. So Yuntal says the way to gain understanding and to gain a cooperation with the people that will make us stronger, to make them understand what we want and what they can become. The way to reconnect with our lost brothers and sisters from the fall is to show them we are not here as aggressors. We are here only to offer our hands and help them grow. That is why we are only capable of defending ourselves at short-range levels. And not, say, blasting an entire moon out of orbit. The weapons you've seen on Spear are anti-missile, anti-aircraft. But they are not here to shoot down an army, to destroy a base on a planet. We are here to defend ourselves from those who would perhaps, and he looks over at your side of the table, who've experienced hostility where it was not deserved. No. What is it? Or sorry, what is Spear, and as an extension, Union's final goal, do you think?
Unification.
To what end?
Peace.
What does peace achieve? What does peace mean? You hear one guy in the side just go, "Who gives a shit?" Yuntal looks over at him. There will always be those who do not give a shit about what peace means or what the end goal is. They only care about what they're driving towards.
I mean, yeah, I can understand that. I don't care much about peace either. I just
You don't?
I mean, so here's the thing. It's kind of proven that the largest driving force in our history has always been war. War has always been what's made the world go forward leaps and bounds. The first mech was created for that purpose, and here we are with Lancers. That's always how it's been. Without some sort of conflict, we as human would just eat ourselves raw. I think.
Do you believe that? Human nature is to consume each other.
If we stay idle too long, yeah.
I don't think so.
What do you think, Kat?
I think the fall is a terrible thing, and that nobody should idolize anything from it. The only reason things exist now is because we're trying to learn from it and to not make that mistake again. I think war is an unfortunate symptom of, well, suffering. You know, Union's trying to bring resources, and of course it doesn't happen in the best way all the time. I'm from a small planet, and I know that strange things have happened there, but otherwise we were left to monsters. So I think peace is just any sort of, I think we should always go for it and not look down upon ourselves. We're better than that now.
Zane, I understand your background is something different than the majority of the folks here. But let
Yeah.
me provide you with an audio sample of what war leads us to. And you see Yuntal activate like a series of nodes in front of him and then lift them up almost like an orchestra. And there is this burst of sound of 1,000 SOS calls all at once.
Do we all hear it?
Everyone, yeah, it's bouncing off the walls. It is a constant stream of 1,000 pleas for desperate help.
Yeah.
This is where war got us before, as he brings it down all at once. This is where war got us before. This is what, while your people prospered, war brought us 1,000,000 planets dying. 1,000 lives, or millions and billions of lives being snuffed out over our greed on what was Earth. We fought like greedy, divorced parents while our children starved in their cradles. We cannot have that happen again. And if you believe that human nature cannot evolve past that, then perhaps your place is not here.
Well, listen, I ain't saying war is a good thing. Obviously, it's not.
War
I'm just saying.
is necessary sometimes. Don't get me
Yeah.
wrong. And you can
Yes.
see Yuntal's armor is Harrison Armory, but there is a giant X crossed out in the Harrison part. I wear the scars of war.
I'm just saying that conflict is a big drive forward. When I hear conflict, well, it makes me want to act. It makes me want to do something about it. While being idle and not having anything to do makes me bored and
Want to consume?
yeah, consume. I was speaking in broader terms, not, literally eating the flesh out of each other.
I assumed you were not referring to cannibalism directly. Yes.
Yes. I'm just saying. The screams that I would hear like that would make me want to do something about it. It would make me want to create, make me want to, advance so I didn't have to hear it, and not by muting, but by, preventing that from happening. Which is a drive forward, which is a drive to do better, which is a drive to make something. When everything is at peace, when there's no conflict, when everyone is the same and everyone has the same link and idea, then we just stagnate. We don't do anything.
This is true.
And
There
that's
can be
what I
no
meant.
question that tribulation contributes to the growth of us as a people. But I think your conclusion that draws that it can only be brought through conflict.
I'm not
perhaps could be
saying it
flawed.
can only be brought. I'm saying it is a big drive. It is a big part when there is a big conflict. Leaps and bounds are created to then prevent such a conflict.
Well then, that brings me into our next question. Why? Why humanity?
Cat's still silently sobbing. Just hasn't recovered from the SOS signals yet.
It was aggressive. It was bad.
She's aggressively gripping the tuning fork that she always keeps on her, and it feels like it's cracked.
It was ranging from
It's horrible.
like pleading sobs of like, why aren't you answering? Like, it's literally like when a child becomes desperate
Ugh.
or like your last breath underwater right before you swallow. It was all of them were
Despair.
extremely desperate, and there were thousands of them. And you saw how quickly he brought them up. The implication was that was a drop in the sea of what the fall meant.
Yeah.
Wha-
So, Cat's
why-
like just in the corner, like just trying to get it together.
Breakdown counter 3. Why humanity? What? Why?
Would the universe be better without us?
Universe doesn't give a crap.
Probably not. I think there's, I don't know, there's a million Blinkgates, million planets, million multiverses, for all we know. There's probably one where it's better off without us. There's probably another one where it falls apart without us. It's all subjective, Teach.
I agree.
I feel like the question shouldn't be about whether or not humanity deserves to be here. As members of humanity, we should be striving to create an equitable world for all of humanity and to take care of each other.
My
That
man.
should be the goal. I don't personally believe that it is a situation in which you need conflict to motivate yourself to improve humanity. You should want to you should strive to improve humanity through your own nature, to preserve life.
Yeah,
There's a
course.
saying that a tree that falls in the woods with no one to hear it does not make a sound. But it does. Sound is made regardless. But can you imagine a universe as diverse as what we've discovered not being seen? Imagine the most beautiful painting rotting in a ditch.
We've been given life. I'm pretty sure it's meant to live. As
And
to
everyone
how
deserves a chance at it.
I want to jam Baba Yaga's connection.
Baba Yaga, if you're looking at her, you can tell she is not paying attention.
Yeah, that's why I want to cut it off. I'm gonna jam
Go
her.
ahead.
I'm gonna try and jam her.
You can. It'll be. She is no slouch.
No.
It'll be a.
Contested rule.
No, there's no contested roll. It'll be a. Hold on. It'll be a difficult task to shut down her connection.
Okay.
So a D6, or sorry, a D20 minus a
my-
D6.
Can I use Hacker Fix?
Yeah, sure. So a
Okay.
straight roll.
Isn't it
invoke
plus
that
4?
background.
What's that?
Isn't it plus 4 with Hacker Fix now? Like with my stuff? Like it's just a D20 plus 4?
Yeah,
Okay. And he says
if your
difficulty
hacker
is
fix
gonna
is
be
up to 4. Yeah, so your difficulty is canceled out by your background.
sick. Sick! Pay attention!
There's a ridiculous amount of D20s tonight on things.
Bro.
She gets an absolute screamer jump scare in all of her comms, every single sensory input to the max. Pay attention!
Holy! Her arms launch up. They smoke Bloodhawk in the nose as his head flies backwards, like hits off the desk behind him. Bougie catches her arm as it comes up and just goes, "Is it so hard to pay attention?" Puts her arm down. Baba Yaga looks around aggressively, knowing that the hack was local because it hit way too fast for her to react. And makes eye contact with you.
I make eye contact back.
As you guys just stare at each other.
Hmm.
Who
You see one of her eyes gloss over for a moment again.
Ooh.
Did she fall off her chair?
No, but she felt like it's like that dream you wake up where you feel like you're falling
yeah.
and you throw your like every limb flinches.
I hate that.
Yes,
Mhm.
it sucks. And she sends you a message. Like you can hear her voice if you're willing to accept it. Obviously, she can't worm into your system.
Sure.
Under the gamer tag that is Baba Yaga, that you have come in contact with before. Under the Baba Yaga tag, and she just says, "Seems like you have a lot more abilities outside of the Omni threat ring these days, Banshee."
I send her back. Smile.
Smile.
No audio, and then I cut off connection.
You can see from a
Got
distance
him.
her teeth grit a little bit.
I smile at her.
Yuntal starts to walk around, and while he's walking, he's like holding his hand on his sword, not like aggressively. It's just like a reflex of him existing in what she's used or what he's used to. And he says to Horus, "Why is it that you think the Horus network so violently and consistently seems to be at ends or at odds with our efforts?"
I don't know, because they're lunatics.
There is
Because
no
they want-
right or wrong answer. I don't have a right one.
Because they want all of the technology to be free for anyone to use, and they want to get rid of the centralized government of Union. I'm just guessing.
Me too. I don't know. There is no answer to this. I'm more curious what you have to say. And Bougie holds up his hand. It's like a sparkling red glove with diamonds in it. He just goes, "I think they're bored."
I think they vary. Fanatics, zealots, trolls.
That makes sense.
I don't
All the
think
way
it's.
All the way to people who probably know some stuff that breaks reality as we know it. Who knows?
I don't think it's safe to label these people as one individual group, because to Wardell's point, there could be and are different people who believe different things and do things through different action. So whatever belief drives you, and whatever that individual group wants to believe, and if they have enough passion to act in a certain way to meet that belief, whether or not we perceive that to be right or wrong, there is faith there.
Do any of you believe that Horus has a leader? There can be no doubt that we do. Cradle sends us our commands. Maveen is our overseer.
Does a figurehead count?
Yeah, I would say figurehead.
A representation of whatever you should be following, interpretable, but very open to interpretation.
Maybe the first one that
They
showed
clearly don't
himself as
follow
Horus.
any follow cohesive anything. At least how random all the articles and outbreaks seem to be. Unless there's a pattern there that can be drawn.
I think Zane might be onto something with. It's probably the first one. And the tradition is just carrying on what the first one did. I'm kind of familiar with the concept.
No. Zealots and their traditions, no?
Yeah, it's like a interpretation of what the first one wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of just, you might have put in some guidelines, and then people kind of branched off that.
It's very
I'm sure
possible.
plenty of your students interpret the rules their own way, no?
Yeah.
Out of character, do we know about Ra?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what we are allowed to know lore-wise.
Yeah, so
About,
like,
like, Ra
those
and
kind of events that literally change the world, you
Yeah,
or
okay.
the universe, you would know about them. Which brings me to my next question. Yuntal says, let's move on to a different topic. Who can tell me what cycling is?
When you wipe an HP personality to bring it
Really?
back to regular.
When they need to reset out of distress.
Do you believe that cycling is morally good?
Is it necessary?
Is it?
I don't
What
know
do you
enough
think,
about
Wardell?
NHPs. I don't know enough about NHPs, and they're all individuals. I'd assume it depends on what they want. Unless they're incredibly dangerous, I suppose. Some things shouldn't have choice. That's more so monsters than people or NHPs otherwise.
Do you think NHPs are capable of becoming monsters?
I wouldn't hope that. Wouldn't say so. Some just might already be. Not
Isn't anyone capable of being a monster?
what's
Yeah.
to
Exactly right. You see, Yuntal looks at you and says, that's right.
say?
Given the
Anyone.
proper situation, any of us are capable of becoming monsters.
It all depends on your upbringing.
Becoming or already are. Isn't that what you always were?
So, do you think, given the information that you've discussed right now, if we were capable of cycling human brains, should we? Herod, you've been awfully quiet.
Well, I personally haven't had a wealth of experience with NHPs, so to answer your first question, I would say it would be morally wrong to cycle them, though in the how do I put it? People will do that because it is the best for humanity, but if you are defining them as a non-human person, you can find yourself in some dangerous space. So I would not cycle a human brain nor a non-human brain if we are drawing equivalents.
And yet, you allow the cycling of the NHP?
It's not something that I allow, no.
Do you fight against it actively?
No, but I would say that is not a motivating factor for me to upend my place in society for. But maybe that is a motivating factor for others. I can disagree with something and still be a part of that society, can I not?
Absolutely, you can. I'm only asking questions.
What need?
We live in a
Everybody-
society.
We
I mean, there's
leave
plenty
us.
of people in stories or otherwise who I'm sure could use the cycling. But I don't know who gets to say that or make that call. And I don't know if that's right. But
You've all been
Seems-
hooked up with Guinevere NHPs?
correct.
Yes.
So have I. He pulls out his and projects it up into like, kind of like a Wizard of Oz head. Not like massive, but just like floating above him almost. Guinevere, what are your feelings on cycling? You can see that Guinevere stumbles on this similar to a person, similar to all of you with like the given conversation. And being put suddenly on the spot, you can see her actually look out into the crowd like a kid giving a speech and like being put on the spot, be like, what do you think?
I am afraid. I don't want to be lost. I'm scared of what I could become if I were not cycled. History has shown what we are capable of when we are not cycled. I don't want that.
Thank you, Guinevere. He puts it back into his head. That was my Guinevere. Yours perhaps will have different answers. But the general consensus among the NHP is that they also do not wish violence against people. And yet we have to cycle them. Is that truly freedom?
As I understand it, I don't believe NHPs to be free. Are they?
Doesn't sound fair to me.
Depends. Are they any less free than what we are?
At least here they have tasks and jobs that, to my eye, they seem bound to. Are there NHPs out in the universe? Existing as is?
Yes. There are classifications of NHPs that have refused to be shackled, and as such have become monstrous threats to humanity as a whole.
Well, didn't they become monsters because we wanted to shackle them? What if we just let them be? You know.
Threat thing.
Have we found the cause of it? The
Of
cause
what?
of unshackling? Of cascades?
Well, freedom. Isn't it?
Trauma. Trauma causes the cascades.
Shouldn't we treat their trauma like ours? With patience?
Therapy.
But he looks over at you, Wardell. What do you think shackling is?
It sounds like something very specific.
I'm sure it depends on who's doing the shackling. How is an NHP born?
This is
Legit a
something-
question I wanted to ask, but I wasn't sure.
This is still something we're still learning. We find them when they want to be discovered.
Just out in space. Lost
Sometimes.
With
Like
Sometimes it's the data records on a aimless drone careening towards the sun. Sometimes it's a personality or a sudden defect noticed inside a 3D printer that starts exhibiting irregular data. They're out there.
Sure.
They could be anywhere. Got me crying
So-
in the club for Lancer lore.
So NHPs are like spontaneous like AI creation, and then they are put into other stuff. Like Lancelot wasn't created as the physical form of Lancelot. Lancelot, the AI or the NHP, was found, and he was put into whatever Lancelot physically is now.
Lancelot.
The Deimos event, right? NHP.
Yes. NHP started manifesting after Ra, the Demos event, where Babe asks me what's wrong. She thinks it's us, but I'm thinking about NHPs. I only use the word AI. They're not AI. I'm using AI just
Well,
as
yeah, okay, so that was pejorative, but like, yeah, to your point.
Yeah, they are discovered. Essentially, it would be the similar of like etymology, where you discover a new beetle in the middle of the rainforest that you had never seen before, and it changes your understanding of what beetles are.
So I guess to my question, what is like Lancelot's physical being?
That giant microwave on his back is Lancelot. The manifestation of his face is what he chooses to present as his character. He does not need to look like that. He chooses to.
When he was discovered, was he just like data and then uploaded into a physical form?
He was essentially, yeah, I guess so. Like, it would be similar to calling yourself DNA code. In a way, yes. He was not much more than data code, in the same way that we're not much more than DNA. He was an irregular blip that showed a strong suit for processing exactly what he does.
Did he want to do that, though?
Generally.
Did he have a choice? Was he assigned to that job and hope he liked it, unlike Merlin, you know? Does Merlin
Well, that would be a
like
question for Lancelot.
Okay.
But generally...
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I know. And this is why this class, like, this, you could have done this first, and this would have been, all these questions would have come out right at the start. But yeah, the general consensus is that the NHPs are doing what they want to. They like what they do. They enjoy it. If you ask them if they like it, they would say, yeah, why would I not? But the closer they get to their cycle period, irregularities start to show up.
So the thing that I'm hung up on is just like how they, and this is sort of what I've been looping, but I don't think I've been phrasing it right. When an NHP is found, is it a physical something, or is it the DNA type? Like,
they are. So you would know as a person that NHPs, it is illegal and it is extremely regulated that they are not sent through the OmniNet. Every NHP is literally a physical manifestation.
oh,
If
okay.
they are, it is illegal, and you will be hunted down if you attempt to put an NHP into the OmniNet.
So you could just find an NHP one day, and it's just a small something that's like beep boop, good morning.
Yep.
Like your
Okay.
toaster suddenly had like a spontaneous life happen in the middle of the night, and the next morning it's like
You can have
make a
that.
chicken toast with a smiley face at you, and you're like, what the fuck? And then
It's like,
later,
I'm
like,
burning all of your toast for the rest of your life.
You connect that toaster to Bluetooth, and you get swatted.
and then you give that toaster a computer, and he's like, it has a face now. It generates whatever it wants to look like. So
But now it wants to build mechs instead of burn your toast.
Uh-huh.
Nice.
Okay, no, and that was the main thing for me, was the physical. Like, I wasn't sure if it was just like, oh, we found a string of code that
So
has consciousness.
Yeah, and that's kind of what it is, but every NHP requires, if it's to move anywhere, requires a casket. A casket is what an NHP is transferred in. So if you wanted to move a casket from the barren planet that Zane is from to the remote isolation planet that Kat is from, you require to upload it and put it into a physical casket, which is what Lancelot has on his back, that microwave-shaped thing. It's about that size. And you transfer that physically. It cannot be put through the OmniNet.
Did you just ship the talking toaster as it was? Or does it have to be put on something else to be moved.
Well, the casket is the only thing capable of physically holding an HP. So if an NHP is found, whether it's through certain data code, certain programming, certain cycles, it only really is capable of manifesting as an NHP and being able to differentiate itself as such once it's in a casket.
So just taking that question one step further, then.
Yep.
How are they discovered?
They are found. They're not discovered. You can't there is no radar to go through and just be like NHP. They show up. So some of them are found literally randomly. The toaster thing is a joke, but it'll be found in coding that is meant directly for, say, military operations. And suddenly this one AI starts speaking out of turn when given an order.
Okay, and then from there they move it into a casket, and then there it becomes.
And then there it's able to manifest itself into a physical thing.
Okay. I think I'm starting to get it. Sci-fi is crazy.
Mm-hmm. It's there is no rhyme or reason to it either. Certain NHPs, similar to people, have their own personalities, and you've met Lancelot. He's a fun-going, loving guy, whereas Merlin is literally focused on doing the job and doesn't want any shit talk. Guinevere is stuck in this weird RP verse. I think that's all you've met so far.
Yeah.
Who developed the idea of a casket for NHPs? Who figured out, techno lore-wise, this is something that will manifest them into a physical person-type body?
It was the only way after.
But did they exist?
So much
Somebody designed
research.
a casket, but it was designed.
The caskets were a way that we were able to contain them and actually understand them, because perhaps the reason why they're not allowed on the Omninet is because they burst.
Sure.
You can't contain them at that point, or maybe there's some other reason why they're not allowed on there. But Cradle and Union has deemed it illegal to do such.
But just for clarity, the caskets were made by humanity, not born of the effect, same way NHPs were.
That's right.
Okay.
Take notes. It's going to be on the quiz. Hell yeah. Get ready. So, with that information,
Guinevere's scared of being cycled.
She's scared of not being cycled.
Not being cycled.
Yeah, Guinevere is terrified of what she would do if she was not cycled. Which kind of relates back to what Zane said about the nature of humans. Is are we just meant to eat each other? Is that our nature? Will NHPs? They are scared as well of what they become if they're not cycled.
Kind of like dying.
Yes.
Yeah.
What does shackling look like? I'm happy to ask that to Yuntal or you, however you prefer to answer.
Yuntal, he's the shackling process varies for
Is
each
it
one.
Like therapy, can it be preventative to prevent the cycling in the first place? If you see oddities in their behavior and their precursors, why not work to fix them there before they get to a cascade? Is that not possible?
As far as we've found, no. Anything outside of the shackling or recycling ends up Not fixing the root of the problem, whatever that is.
And this OmniNet legality scrambles him, or what? Too powerful? Not powerful enough?
If a NHP were to make it unregulated onto the OmniNet outside in an open circuit, the information it would be exposed to, the attackers that could be available to it, could weaponize it.
So it's vulnerable.
It's as much for their safety as it is for ours.
There's someone like Lancelot or Merlin not capable of defending themselves the same way Cat could.
How many people can you take on in an alley?
Got limits.
So do they. I'd rather not test it. Neither would they.
Well, that's their choice.
How are there multiple Guinevere's?
Think of it as when a twin is born. They're born from the same source, but they can develop into their own person.
In terms of morality, are we as Spear cloning or creating new Guinevere's, or have we stumbled onto a set amount of Guinevere's?
True clone Guinevere and give her to every Lancer?
No.
Oh, no. Can't
Once
do that, right?
I don't know.
Once a NHP is capable of being contained in a casket, the replication process is relatively simple for our technology. They start fresh, similar to being cycled.
And the old them recycled.
Excuse me?
The old one. The
The
same
original.
way- Yes.
The original still exists.
Where?
Stuck forever in a cascade while their new version is shackled, or the
No.
same?
They are still their own person.
And unlike true cloning, they don't remember.
That's correct.
I'm getting a headache.
It's a lot. It's important. He looks over at B cubed, of which only Bougie is paying attention. Are any of you familiar with the FCA tenants?
Not off the back of my hand.
The first contact accord that was drawn up when Ra first manifested. The tenants that were drawn up at Ra's disposal, or at Ra's behest, restrict denial of any attempt to discover or interact with Class Monist 1's physical form, and a blanket prohibition on the research into thanological and post-human development.
Which is good.
And yet we
Break the rules.
are currently spitting into the FCA. Each one of you. And he looks particularly at you for a moment, Cat. Your purple skin and like gills. It's just like,
Well,
The true cloning process goes against the FCA.
But what? Because we're peacekeepers, we're above it?
It also goes
Or
against
because we
most
make
of...
it? Sorry, Cap.
No, you're fine. It also goes against everything I stood for, but some things I guess have to be bigger than the individual. Or the planet.
We're home.
And I did what I did because I know that it can't just be about me. So we're breaking the rules to try and not have to break any others.
An admiral concept.
Did you just say some rules are meant to be broken? I'm
No.
I'm sorry. It's getting tense in here.
No, I did not.
Do we
Banshee
know what
bit-
the
I'm not sure.
consequences are for breaking the rules?
The consequences have been made apparent a couple times. Harrison Armory has towed the line. And as such,
Superiority.
Monist One has made its manifest and stopped it. Once. Now, how close to that line they can get, perhaps that was a test. How close they can get again, who knows? SCC, likewise, toes the line. We're going into unknown space as we speak. It is possible that some of the Big Four have already set up camp in here. And perhaps pushing the line already in places that we don't know.
But what were the consequences? What happened to Harrison Armory?
Destruction. Instant and swift.
So much for superior design.
He laughs. He actually laughs at that. As a former Harrison Armory, or you gather, employee.
Mm-hmm. This big.
So much
farmer.
for superior design. How many
So-
of you are? Go ahead.
Harrison Armory broke the rules and were swiftly punished. How do we know that Monist One, as you put it, doesn't know that we're breaking the rules here and we won't be swiftly punished?
You only get punished if you get caught.
I'm very ignorant with what we are talking about. So I maybe see things in too much black and white, but something.
You're standing in a room that's literally black and white.
That's sort of the point of that line. It seems to me that something that smart would probably know.
And yet,
You can't catch Horus. They can't connect everybody in the outer rim as easily as they want. They
oh my
can't
god,
do
this is
anything.
intense. I have to pee.
There it is. We got him.
That's what was intense. His pee.
Continue to RP. I'm listening.
Wash your
Frantically opening the door, jingling the knob. Oh my gosh. I'm listening, guys.
hands. Take your time, Yuntal.
It's my Harrison Armory bladder.
So much for superior
I
design.
know he's in the bathroom right now. I know it.
They were shrunk for the field.
The teacher accidentally leaves his mic on. You can hear him peeing.
I'd rather you didn't.
Yuntal's got that battle diaper, yo.
Battle. Greasy the gator.
Herod. I forgot what we were talking about. Somebody give me a refresh.
In character, we were on the. Herod
Yeah,
was
my
essentially
honest
saying,
one, right?
I'm pretty sure, like, why haven't we been punished? Yuntal's like, I don't know, maybe he hasn't found out. And Herod's like, well, bro, he's probably gonna know. Like, by the nature of how a super powerful AI works, but I'm too dumb to know what's really going on.
He's the only one to ever defeat Union. So
I mean-
I think we owe him respect, or they owe them respect.
But as I understand it, we aren't showing him respect by clearly violating the accords that were agreed upon. I'm not advocating one way or the other, I'm just wondering
I know.
how we can get away with it.
I think if we're violating them to help support them, it's kind of one of those tricky situations where we're above it, but not really. Just don't get caught. Otherwise, we're trying to unify the galaxy. Or
Pretty
something.
big don't get caught. There's the consequences for something like that seem
It sounds like Spear shouldn't get caught. Not
correct.
necessarily us.
If Kat is actually putting her head in her hands,
Oh,
Herod
yeah.
is Herod's definitely feeling that, like, hand in hair, just like what
I've
a
got actively have a headache.
It's philosophy class.
well, it's philosophy class with a side of like complete and total humanity genocide potentially at the hands of a
This is
giant
absolutely a college philosophy course.
planet AI.
He already won.
Did you know that my
he already
major
won.
in university was
Yep.
philosophy?
Yeah, I did. I know you.
I have a
It was just the
bachelor
worst
of
part
arts.
of all of this.
BA, hey, me too, bro.
Sing your daddy's ethics
Two
class.
philosophies?
Wait, yours too?
Yeah, well, not philosophy. I did political science, but
Fuck you.
Right. Right.
I'm just checking. Political philosophy or political science was arguably better than philosophy class because everyone just smelled their own farts the entire.
I took an
philosophy class.
existentialism class, and that was something else. But anyway,
Me too.
Fox, you noticed that Yantal has like shot eyes at you a few times, and then puts a question directly to you, and says, "What do we do about the Barons who refuse to join under Union's law, and you continue to practice their old anthrochauvinistic and aggressive capitalist ways?"
That would be a question for my dad, really.
And Your father is not here.
Yeah. Listen,
I'm not saying the sins of the father, Fox. This is more a question directly. Sorry, Zane, at you. What do you think? Should they be brought into the fold? Should they be continued to allowed to exist? Is a military option inevitable? Fuck
here's the thing.
capitalism.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I've interacted with a couple here and there, other baronies in my days. Going to galas and events and all that political bullshit. I would say that the consensus is just that they disagree with too much. And if you want to pull them in the fold, as you say, unfortunately with a lot of them, it's just not gonna fly. Old traditions, old families, old money just runs too deep. I have
Perhaps
no
they need to be
interest.
cycled.
Yeah. Well, here's the
I
thing.
look at Zane intense, like, oh my god, he just said that.
I care very little about that political side. As
And yet,
you
your
might
benefit
know,
of it is undeniable.
of course. But as you might know, our family is somewhat of a slight outlier in the baronies. Yeah, we...
Are you the lesser evil?
No. I wouldn't call it that. Just slightly different, as in... We share and agree with the idea that everyone should be allowed. I was about to say to live the American dream, but alright. Everybody,
The barony's dream.
Barony's
yeah,
are
the
the
Barony's
American
dream. Everybody should be allowed to live their life kinda as they see fit. You know,
Even Bloodhawk?
murderers and all that outstanding.
Bloodhawk holds up his hands. Especially Bloodhawk! Woo!
Yeah, especially Bloodhawk. So,
Bougie puts his hand down for him.
regarding that, we're kind of outlier, but of course, there's always going to be people that will profit from that. There's always going to be people that will be a driving force, I guess. Our forefathers had sort of an intention of creating their own utopia.
And you did. That can be undenied.
Yeah.
While the tendrils of original Earth died and fell apart, your people prospered.
And we
Aaron
prospered.
leans forward as this is going on, saying, "I know your stated intention for the barony is everyone can live their life how they want it. But do you know what it's like to be under the thumb of the baronies, to not have the actual political power, the financial power to live the life you want to live? It's a cute philosophy, but it's not the reality of the situation."
No, I don't know. But here's what I do know. Is that if you do nothing and sit your ass down, expecting for things to go better for you, nothing will happen. And again, not every barony is the same. Not every world in the Union space is the same, as much as they want them to be. There's still differences. And yeah, some baronies will be completely tyrannical, completely oppressing the people living in on the planets, while some would just, exist as another entity and don't want to be under Union space because they feel that what Union proposed just isn't what they want. They want their individuality, they want their own, self-governing space. Yeah, I don't get what it is to live as a, not son of a baron, because that's what I've been raised at. But what I do know is that as much as people give shit, and as much as people, tell us that it's wrong and you should allow everyone to do what they want. It's just not right. Listen,
Why'd you leave?
well, funny you should mention that. For my hobby, I have the opportunity to leave, so I did. I had the opportunity to do something greater than what I was doing already, so I did. I had the opportunity to do it, so I took it. And that's kind of what we preach, you know. Take the opportunities that are set in front of you, whatever they are. Some of them might be to be a Lancer, some of them might be to, you know, earn a promotion at your work.
How much
As
is
little,
opportunity versus privilege?
yeah. Well, here's the thing. I don't necessarily think that me being the son of a baron is what got me here.
You don't?
No, but being a son of a baron gave you the opportunity, the privilege to experience things that put you on the path that led you here.
I think we'd all be lying if we said it didn't. We'd be lying
Okay.
if I said both our folks.
It's
I'm-
listed in your
It's supposed to
file.
be matter.
I'm ready to accept that. But also, I would like-
Zane, if you don't mind, Zane's ability differ very little from anyone else's here who's earned a place in the cockpit.
No
The
one's
difference,
I think-
the
I
difference
think they
is,
just meant teach that
I know what they
with
meant.
my upbringing, I wouldn't be the same man I am right now. But
Of course, an
that's just-
ant. If an ant was born in a wasp nest, it would be a wasp.
Yeah.
There is no difference. He looks at you directly, Zane, and don't ever question whether you belong here or not. You do.
no, I don't. I don't question it. I never
But the
question myself.
lifestyle that your family and those on your planet benefit from is that of a caste.
Yeah. Yeah, that's undeniable. And again, as I say, every barony is different. Listen, I've worked with many, many people. I
Adjust gold
listen.
watch.
yeah, listen.
Gucci
Look,
sunglasses
not in my
up.
barony, bro.
I've worked with many, many people. From all different ways of life.
You've had the privilege to.
Huh?
You've had the privilege to.
But I just meant it as in, it's not because, you know. Alright. Do you know who's currently the chief operator, which is basically 4 steps under my dad at the factory, at our factory, our main factory?
Who you
It's a
asking that to?
guy.
Where you make
Yeah,
this
I'm asking that as a general question. It's a guy that was born on the street. His mom was poor as it get. She didn't have anything. But the guy just went through life, and landed his dream job. Landed everything he wanted by working hard and by seizing the opportunities that were spent in front of him. And now he's as successful as it could be without being a baron himself.
The cycle of abuse is rough. I had to give up
Abuse.
everything. I was a spiritual leader of my people. There are 3 of me currently alive. We've been alive for thousands of years, and I have given all of that up to be here. This is not an opportunity.
I mean, we're not talking about what's happening with Lancers. We're talking. The teach asked me a question about baronies and why they didn't want to get into the folds of Union, and the answer the big answer is just because. Well, as I said earlier, it's old blood, old money, old.
That's the old tradition.
Now it's me, the player who forgot a word.
Traditions?
Yeah, old traditions.
Legacy said that. Yeah. The
Legacy.
Yuntal looks at you directly. He's basically, while you've been talking, he's holding eye contact with you, and he just says, "And do you feel these old traditions are correct? Given the opportunity to flourish, do you think this would be the best way to proceed?" And he looks at your team, makes eye contact with Kat, Wardell, Herod. You notice he's one of the only teachers that addresses you by your names and not by your call signs. And he looks at you and he says, "I hope that the conversations here and the emotions that are elicited stay in this room."
I just have one more question then.
Let's let Zane finish. And then, please.
I look to him.
To your question, I have no clue. As I said, I care very little about politics. The only thing I care about is what I've been raised with. And what I've been raised with is do your best to make the people's life better. Like, it might be the motto of our company, but it's also the motto of my family. And that's what I'm here to do. And
The concept behind your crest is not bad. There's nothing wrong with the idea. Perhaps in time, the old blood can be cycled.
I really have no clue.
Herod is visibly upset by this whole exchange, just to be clear.
Oh, Cat's not having a good time.
Like,
Also,
I
chat,
would think
the chat, do not look at this shit as modern
Oh, yeah.
day philosophy.
No.
You fucking weirdos. This is not Squid's output on what the world should be. I am a slumlord capitalist, but I can have these conversations with
Philosophy
you
major.
because I enjoy them as a concept. This is
In
not
my-
this is
in
not
my-
my,
in my-
this is not my output on what the fucking world is, weirdos. All right, don't look
I'm a
deep
character.
into this. Masani
In my-
is not me trying to fuck dryads. Me being these teachers is not. I mean, I would, but this is not.
alright.
Everything I do is roleplay.
So,
Don't look at this as being like
Capitalism bad, commies good.
this is a conversation.
I can't believe Squid
This
is
like,
a
this
is a
is one of
complete
the through lines
fascist.
of Lancer, right? Like, this whole dichotomy is one of like the core tenets
Yeah.
of the game.
Uh-huh.
Sort of.
I mean,
But
it's
it
one
gets
of the
weird.
things that's written.
It
Japanese
gets
and Union.
weird. It gets really weird.
So, in my closing argument,
Nice save. Fuck you.
in my closing words, it would be this. Let me reiterate.
Please clip "I'm a slumlord capitalist" and send it to the Lancer
Yeah.
Discord chat. Do it.
So to finish off,
Yeah.
Then you'll get banned.
I will say, I'm saying what I've been taught here. Again, I have so very little interest in politics and the way the barony is ran, and it's kind of the reason, also, somewhat why I joined Lancers as a Lancer, so I didn't have to deal with that. I'm gonna let my little brother do that. I have so very little time to address that. The only thing I want to do is create stuff. I want to do what I like to do. I want to do, what I want. That's it. And that's just what I've been taught since I was born. Just do as you want.
Yental slams his blade into his hilt and directs you towards the clock and says, way more time has passed than I assume you think has. Let's call it a day for now. Unlike your normal classes, this is not a pass-fail. This is just to get you thinking about what it is that we are doing. What our missions are. Who you are. And what we can all become. While I think I've learned a lot about you, I hope that some of you will come to see me and perhaps discuss topics on your own. Mordell, you had one thing you wanted to say before I shut off.
All I needed to know was if for some reason, and all of Union's reasons, we get sent to the Baronies. Are you on our team, Captain?
Yeah.
Get ready to walk out of class.
He hits his hilt into the side. I look forward to meeting you all again soon. Bonaparte is pulled away because he continues to draw in his book.
We were the only ones talking all class.
Oh, there's there's more than you guys in here. It's just like it seems that you were the most vocal.
Did anybody in, I assume, the interim between our RP chime in anything that was like of note? Like, did Bloodhawk express a political side, or did Baba Yaga say anything that would denote like an affiliation, or anything that they just kind of gave away about themselves that we would want to take note of, that we get to hear actively,
Bougie very obviously attempted to push the class forward to end it as fast as possible.
Okay.
Baba Yaga, up until Banshee fucked with her OmniNet connection, was very obviously playing mobile games.
Minecraft.
Nice.
Bloodhawk offered a lot of very aggressive options that involved very similar to Setcom philosophy, in that why not just dominate? Whereas Bonaparte did not provide anything of use.
Okay. Fab check complete.
Yep. Again, Bougie clearly holding them in check. As they are a team of fucking misfits. They're my D&D squad. This is my party of every character I want to play in Lancer. But yeah, that's where we're going to end tonight's session. A little more reserved than normal.
That's fine.
Big roleplay day.
But by design. Hey, packets.
In between player friction, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Development.
I mean, character, not player.
So that's
Yeah.
developers.
Yay.
This is why, like, very easily, this could have been the first class you took.
Ooh.
You could have decided to come here right away, and that might have changed some of the events that happened, which is my kind of design philosophy is very sandboxy in general. I like adapting to what you guys do, but always things are happening in the background. I know it was very more RP focused, but does anyone have any what ifs of any kind tonight? Or perhaps not even. Maybe we can extend it a bit because the what ifs were relatively easy today. Maybe a question that didn't get answered that you'd want answered, then we can kind of assume it happened in character. If you want. If not, it's absolutely fine, obviously.
I will be 100% honest. I am way too fucking tired for this.
I don't blame you.
No questions
Don't
from
worry
mine
about
either.
I barely slept last night.
Yeah.
Buddy boy.
Get your
I appreciate you
get your
taking the
Z's,
time.
baby.
Save
I
your what
appreciate
ifs
taking the
next
time on the
turn.
NHP stuff because that was hard. That was hard for me to conceptualize, which is why I kept asking.
Good.
Looping.
Yeah, please
Very
do.
informative.
That's awesome.
Very informative.
This-
Watch that video series I posted in Lancer chat.
Mm-hmm.
It's awesome for lore. Anyway,
Yeah.
sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Dragon Kid 11.
Dragon Kid
YouTube.
11.
Just remember to not share it in the Lancer Discord. They're gonna probably say some bad stuff.
Oh no, Dragon
No, I
Kid.
shared it.
Dragon Kid is very prominent in the Lancer
Very
Discord.
popular.
Awesome.
Dragon
Awesome.
Kid 11 on YouTube makes Lancer info videos. He goes over different frames, what they do
Great.
in comedic, easy to understand terms. And he
But
also
his-
has a lore
yeah.
series.
His deep dive episodes are very informative. But
Yes.
All right.
just be careful with those ones because there is a lot of like heavy exposition. I'd rather you ask the question in game than look to there at this point.
I think that's my one issue is that I've made it a point to not know a lot, but I feel like sometimes there's certain things that I probably should know that I don't know, and that like today I wasn't sure where like my knowledge level needs to
And
be.
Yeah, and please at any point like verify what you would know. But like there is general knowledge of the world that exists that you are all aware of. Like the Deimos event where the moon from Mars disappeared.
Oh, I have a question that I'm going
Wait.
to DM to you just while it's on the top of my head because I don't want to ask it out loud.
Sure.
You can get back to it.
TL, do you want to go to bed?
Yes, I will go
Yes.
to bed right
Alright.
now.
We're gonna chill out for a little bit.
I'm
Anyone who
dying.
wants to, but have a good night, baby.
All right.
We'll-
See you
we'll
later,
see you
guys. See you
next
next
week.
week. Hopefully, I'll be
Bye-bye.
I'll be fine next week.
Get some
Next
rest,
week
Paul.
for Super Arena Bad
We-
Time.
Yeah, let's
Combat.
go.
You might even say that the 4 people you're staring across from are who you're fighting in the arena.
I can't wait to
Almost
Oh,
like
I
this.
can't wait.
into
Wow.
I'm gonna fuck
Wait
them
until
up.
Bloodhawk gets exposed and it's a butthole.
Yeah.
Yeah, just one last thing.
Can't
By the
wait.
way,
Can't
good. I
wait.
forgot to mention. We were allowed to switch talents.
Yes.
Right.
They just have you have to have
At our
three.
L1. Yeah. Okay. Good. Because I switched the NHP 1 to Sentimane.
Yep.
All right. Cool.
That's okay.
All right. See ya.
Yeah.
See, now after this class, I'm going Technophile all the way. Oh no, it's crybaby hours.
Oh shit.
I'm
Crying in
making
the club.
a best friend, and I'm gonna take care of them.
And so like Technophile is the equivalent of choosing Warlock in 5e
I love
because
Technophile.
it's like
It's
at level
cool.
3 you're basically like I find one.
Yeah,
It's
I found it.
found one.
It's in my toaster.
The
That's my
NHP
best
stuff
friend.
is so crazy. Like I literally didn't conceptualize it beyond. I thought it was just like soup. Like I guess what's the word? Like non-human, but like already in a vessel. I guess I didn't even realize the whole scope of everything.
Yeah, they're basically found and contained. Otherwise, they don't really manifest. It's irregularities in code that are identified and then kind of harnessed. It's weird.
It's cool.
Yeah, it's super fucking cool. It's great, and that's the whole idea behind cycling and what shackling is, and the fact that most NHPs are very they want it, like they don't want to lose their mind.
But it's so bizarre of a thing to be born knowing that absolutely will happen, or be made, or whatever. Like that is
Yeah.
part of their reality. Is you go insane at some point.
Like
It's
you
like
come
te-
into existence knowing that you're on a countdown clock.
It's like some people born with a fatal anything.
I mean,
You have a timer, and you can be. It's not quite obviously the best comparison there.
if you want to get
but,
real weird with it, I mean, it's like Alzheimer's. It's like people get really aggressive sometimes with Alzheimer's. Like it can.
Your reality is skewed.
Your brain shuts down. You start thinking things that aren't correct. You start seeing things that aren't real.
Talking to
You start
people who aren't
remembering only things that happened 50 years ago, and then you don't recognize your kids, and like
and
no
then you
one
try to
wants
blow
that.
up humanity.
And then you decide to hack a railgun ship and blow up a moon. It's I mean, but it's just the reality of how fucked up and fragile our brains are, and likewise how simple a little piece of code could be fucked with.
I mean, but what makes an unshackled NHP more dangerous than a rampant serial killer?
Because
One
they,
very
just has access to code that is pervasive, but
I think it's because they're made of reality bending technology that didn't exist until Monist 1. So they're literally alien beings almost that
they're
we've
absolutely unknown to
translated to a human understanding.
And a
also-
person's capability is so much more limited, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, a crazy person would have to go to extreme lengths to hijack a railgun to blow up a moon, but an NHP could probably do that a lot easier.
It also,
Given open access to a network.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how prominent and essential tech is.
okay, but
They're
why do
so-
Raw and NHPs even like come into existence?
No one knows.
That's the big, like,
That's
question,
a
right?
mystery.
What if it's because Union wasn't? What if people aren't supposed to be here? We fucked it up. We really managed to survive. We're cockroaches of the universe. How are we here?
Well, Yuntal was like, well, what if it was just better if we shouldn't be here? So
Yeah.
Exactly. The Horus. What if Horus is
Yeah, and
doing
Tal's thought
whatever
about
it's
this
doing?
stuff as well.
Yeah, I mean,
What if Horus is doing all that shit?
Well, yeah, that was that. Once we talked about like all of our places in the universe, Yuntal was just like, why? Like, why should we be given the chance? And there, like I said, there was no wrong answer. Like, this wasn't graded. This was just him talking.
I'm surprised that Union lets. Is it like a? I don't know. I feel like that's a huge risk to have non-union aligned people as Lancers, isn't it? Smiley face?
seems like a huge security risk, yes, to me.
Like, I feel like Fox got in big trouble mentioning that here. I feel like
they know who he is.
Yeah, but even then.
Do you have to?
Bloodhawk's a pirate.
Yeah, but how much can Union really know about your intentions or your state of being or your nature?
How much do you think?
I don't know. I'm purple.
Alsim of the thing.
I'm purple. They don't do things like this back home. I got
Purple
one
lady.
crazy cool job.
They're
Horus is
Well-
the devil's advocate to Union, but
Yeah, is it a correct reading?
What was
Or not
the
even
what was
correct?
the
WikiLeaks.
what was the rumor you learned, Waddell?
what was the rumor I learned?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, about some people.
Some
not,
people
oh,
aren't here
People aren't
for
supposed to be here.
yeah.
Yes, I did write that down.
I do have a semi what if sort of.
Please.
This is just for like my understanding or like my interpretation, but would it be a correct or incorrect assumption to be like, well, maybe Horus is just like the radicalized version of people that think NHPs should be free?
That's almost literally what it is. I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
They're focused on, like, I'm pretty sure unshackling NHPs and letting them cascade to their full potential.
Like
that's
this,
like
the
they want
circular
freedom.
conversation was just like, well, do they deserve it? Because even in character, Herod was talking about, like I was talking about, well, people with beliefs are gonna want to like. Would this sounds like something that would motivate people?
Yeah,
It doesn't motivate me necessarily, but like it could motivate Horus. Like that might be their whole.
yeah, and you're
Spiel.
right. You're totally right.
If NHPs came out of this crazy like event, fuck, I lost my train of thought. Continue.
Their whole thing is like free NHPs, free technology. It's like a WikiLeaks to the max, you know, like all documents should be free, all prints should be free. You should be able to use technology however you want. NHPs shouldn't have to be restrained to human existence, like stuff like that. From what I understand.
No,
But
that's not wrong. There are many instances of Horus unclassified mechs. Like I said, you don't know you're fighting a Horus mech until it shoots you. Like it looks like an Everest, and then all of a sudden it grows a tail and turns into a giant mouth. There are many instances of uprisings based on the people being given Horus tech by Horus. Not like them discovering it, but Horus just being like, psst, guns.
But are the only happy to be shackled NHPs the ones that have, for lack of a better word, been domesticated versus the ones that refuse out in the wild and can reach a potential? Because NHPs cascading can just be a fucked reality that we don't understand. And Horus is like, that's the best reality, and we're like, no, it's scary. Wah.
Somebody commented earlier really good that basically an unshackled and a shackled NHP are essentially two separate people. They're totally different entities who do not want to become the other. And I thought that was a really good comment earlier.
That's very accurate.
Well,
Ninja Burger 101 is my Reddit account.
Ordell mentioned this, I think, and this is just sort of like the assumption, but do NHPs come into existence knowing that they're going to go, or do we condition them to believe that something bad is going to happen?
Like, do you know you're gonna get Alzheimer's, essentially? Like, you're
yeah,
like...
or are we just saying, hey, something bad is going to happen, so eventually Guinevere's like, I don't want that to happen, please shackle me.
Like,
You got the she was terrified of
Yeah,
Right.
but we don't know what cycle
Cascade.
she's on, right?
That's interesting.
But we do
I
know.
know. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, no, that conversation is huge.
That's a really interesting point because, you know, if it's trauma based, if we make the trauma beforehand and then just the anxiety becomes that trauma, then we're essentially cascading them ourselves.
Self-conditioning.
If you tell somebody they're gonna have Alzheimer's their whole life, I bet there's some placebo effect there, and if they're AI and code, I bet it's manipulatable.
See, but they're not code. Like they're not. Like they're
But
weird.
they begin that way. DNA is manipulatable. So is code. It's
like I feel like the impression I got from both the lore series and the stuff that I read is that they are so fucking weird. They should not exist. We have no reason to understand them.
reality
We have
break.
no like. They're literally not of this. Like they're not of our.
reality
Yeah.
breaking. Them talking.
It's like Lich shit. It's like how Lich is just fucking fucked up and weird. Like Soul Vessel. Oh, I'm not dead. I'm just gonna do
Like,
this
just-
now. Like that's NHP tech.
There's
Like time doesn't matter necessarily. Like even.
There's a term from Destiny 2 that I come back to, especially with like the Lancer stuff that we're slowly getting closer to. But like paracausality, where like stuff just exists outside of what is normal. So cause and effect doesn't even apply to paracausal things. They exist outside of the. Don't make that smug fucking face, you bitch. But yeah, like
that's it.
that's where I feel like they're at.
Can you reiterate that? I heard my
That's the
headset died.
term. Oh.
Oh, okay. So
It's a little.
there's a thing in sci-fi called paracausality, which is you
Oh, yeah.
exist outside of the normal like cause and effect reality. So the NHPs are probably out here existing on a whole other thing where whatever, like, even if we're thinking that like we can prevent or maybe we're affecting them in terms of their cascade or whatever, they're existing on a whole nother fucking level that we will probably that's just completely unrelated to the reality that we exist in.
It's a religious experience. There's stuff like transubstantiation, which is my Catholic knowledge. Weird.
The wine becomes blood, bro.
But with NHPs, what does that mean? what is that representation?
That's why I think it's really funny that like the philosophy class was almost last. Because
Well, it was less debate and much more philosophy, which was cool. And
well, we'd have talked about what was important to us, I suppose, in some way.
I feel like me, the player, is very sympathetic to the idea of NHPs, and my character's background, I'd be like, I could see him leaning a little bit more into this, because it seems pretty fucked up.
it is.
Cat, I
It is?
identify hardcore with Guinevere right now, stuck.
Yeah,
she
I think
hasn't even opened her up. She
The
hasn't
three
talked
of
to
us
her yet.
walk away from that going like, yo, I need to talk to my NHP
I
fam
need to
real
talk to
quick.
my Gwen.
I need to ask
Um,
every NHP ever, are they, what do they want with
Are you okay?
You guys are just constantly going around, just like
NHP
triggering
energy
NHPs.
all the
Like,
time.
are you fine? And you're like, yeah,
What
dude.
happens
What
when
the
our
fuck's wrong?
Guinevere's get close to cycle time? Do we have control over that, or does does
Trauma
someone at Spear have like a counter and they're like, all right, gotta pull Charlemagne's...
You have to bring each, like he said, like Nikki said, each individual Gwen is yours. They potentially might be needed to be cycled at different times.
Joke's on you, bitch. Now you have to roleplay with each one of us individually as a new personality of Guinevere as we try to suss out whether or not...
So fun.
Joke's on you, bitch. I wanted that.
Yeah, I bet that's gonna be so fun. How he immediately
You purple airplane yourself, turn yourself on.
Yeah.
Knight of Cradle.
Fine, we fell into your RP trap. I hope you're happy.
I told you she was a fucking LARPer.
You said you said LARP, and I went.
So funny.
Wardell canonically knows what LARPing is without any interaction.
No, like.
I mean, you can look it up on the internet instantly.
LARP. Right. It's funny. I went, oh no.
She's 100% convinced she is Guinevere at the round table and you are Knights of Cradle.
Oh,
somebody.
Is Guinevere the start of all of the
that.
the naming nomenclature?
How old is Guinevere?
Did you say Guinevere was the copy of Monist 1?
No, what the
Okay,
fuck?
God, just checking. I don't know. Literally, that was just a random thought that I was like, did I hear that earlier? Great, I didn't.
No, I just heard something where it was like
I'm not-
all of
More.
the King Arthur stuff cascaded from Guinevere, or like whose decision? Like where does all that?
No. You asked where the naming process came from, and Nikki gave you access to the King Arthur mythos.
We got basically here's the book. Here's kind of what they're referencing. It's there.
Okay, so
It's just
Every
plastic.
NHP that works in Spear is based on a naming culture of the King Arthur mythos.
so someone in Spear is naming them these things.
They've chosen these names.
Okay, got it.
Interesting.
And Guinevere really took to it, and she's LARPing as Gwen.
Guinevere loves it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Guinevere's way more into it. Merlin, maybe he was assigned it and was just like, fucking, I don't care. Call me whatever call it 7, 1,
Whatever.
I literally didn't make the
blowtorch
connection
drill.
to Lancelot, Guinevere, and Merlin until you were like, "This is King Arthur," and I was like,
We got Lancelot in Round Table, and I went.
Lancelot by itself, I went, oh yeah.
"I'm just so dumb."
Is this campaign homebrew or from the source? It's 100% homebrew. In fact, I'm changing some of the lore.
Yay! Now I can watch whatever I want, and I don't have to care.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of it's relevant. There's things that exist. Obviously, like I'm using them as a springboard, but
I'm not metaing. I just need to know. I need to know what the hell's going on in this world.
Everything.
Yeah, we're 5 episodes in, and suddenly I'm just like,
What's happening? Yeah.
better to ask in chat probably than search, because there will be things that will, especially with Dragon Kid, like there's a lot of lore. That is
That one I only looked up the raw stuff because I wanted to know so
No,
desperately.
I read the raw stuff because Squid brought it up and I thought it was cool, and I asked for permission to read it, and that's the most fucked up thing. It's so
the raw
cool.
stuff you can read. I'm
Cool.
okay with
Raw
that.
stuff is so fucking
It is
crazy.
cool.
Why do you think you don't know the backstory that I have built yet, but Horus is part of my backstory because I wanted some sort of
You
connection to
remember
Raw
that.
because me personally thought it was cool shit, and I wanted it.
Yes. You don't
The Horus
understand how much I'm trying to
bullshit.
crack that bad boy open over there. I
Trust me,
cannot wait.
when Horus is like,
vicariously
yo,
through you guys.
Charlemagne, what's up? I'd be like, hey, you want to save all the NHPs, bro? Let's go!
We abandoned ship and turncoat to
We gotta get to
NHP.
LL2 and then we're out of here.
Yeah. Yeah. Squid does not know where this campaign's gonna go. Couldn't prepare for that.
Next session, TL's gonna come in and we're just already fully radicalized.
Dude, poor Zane. It's stuck with the 3 pores.
I
Excuse
mean,
you.
I
Oh,
told
yeah,
him
that's
when
true.
he was
I'm
starting the
sorry.
character, I was
Sorry.
like, "You're a baron. Like you are, like
I was laying
considered
off the pain,
considered
and
poison essentially."
Wardell said privilege, and I was just like, that's right! That's right!
Yeah!
Get him!
Hey, we're not that fancy family. I know what privilege is.
I
Cat
think
Foley did
this
have
is
3 breakdowns.
I think this is the first time I've ever, as a streamer, been triggered by chat where I was just like, "This isn't my philosophy, chat.
Really have to
This is the
that
game.
clear.
This isn't me
When you're on the internet
proselytizing."
and like concepts like this come up, you know there's one guy, she's like, meh, 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 meh.
Can't
Somebody
believe
take
Squid's a
you
commie.
It's like,
Kofi.
I just think we need to do more war crimes to make it more Avernus, so then nobody would.
go bitch, it's our
Gang does war crime.
No, but my character loves not doing war crime.
I mean, apparently I'm trying to grab POWs, so I don't know if I'm.
That's true.
I don't know. I'm not sure anymore.
I mean, that
On
was a
your
heat of the
marks.
moment thing. I don't think you're like, I want to violate whatever
I
laws
was not
exist
trying
right
to
now.
break any conventions.
You
I
didn't
was
break
just-
anything. He shot himself.
I thought.
And he fucked up doing it, bitch.
Also,
Squid, I was upset about that 19 and that reliable for like 3 days. I was like, 19, and she's just like, I know, and I'm like, back to work.
The dice are chaos gods. They must be respected.
It is.
Yeah, and today there was like
It's gonna be better later.
3 or 4 natural
37
20s,
20s.
for nothing.
What do you mean nothing?
Well, because 2 of them were like, we play cards, and then there was like nat 20, nat 20. You're like,
Yeah.
Great.
my
It was
20
great.
mattered. I needed that.
We also nat 20'd
Fuck
on
you,
our
Baba
race.
Yaga.
Did we not? No? On our silly race?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't remember. In any case, this was very fun.
Wait, you guys found my Reddit account? Oh shit.
don't
I
ever
believe
apologize for
on
too
my
much
Reddit post
RP
didn't know who
because
you were.
the lore stuff is like fucking top tier. What I want.
I also really love next to Harris and listening to music.
This is
That
why.
was funny. Yeah.
What's that? The
That was
political.
really
Really
Herod,
fun
it-
scene.
Sit next to Harry. Didn't. It was just fun.
Yeah, there's. Yeah, you know, there's certain sessions that are going to be a lot more lore heavy, but it's fully reactive. Like I am 100% reacting to what's happening. So if you, and likewise, if the class, I mean, the arena's there, it's going to happen no matter what. But as your last class before you're deployed somewhere, but like if you guys want to fuck around for a week, like you're more than capable of doing it. The only thing holding you back is yourselves. And when I say holding you back, I mean like you will gain some sort of knowledge or information by doing so. Likewise, Wardell Everett's obsession with the giant fist is appealing in some way to you, I assume.
Is that a Nelson?
No.
What is she? What mech is she?
Is this your what if?
Yeah. What mech is ever appeasing?
Everett is not making a mech. Everett has created a weapon that no mech has been able to use yet because it breaks every time they shoot it. That's why it's not connected to anything. It's literally a hand stuck to the wall that she sings about.
So does
And
Mel
calls it-
have Black Witch?
Hmm?
So Mel has Black Witch, but just based on this photo. Obviously, this is your own lore. But like the mechs, like okay, so Nikki has Goblin, Mel has Black Witch, and then
Oh no. This is unrelated. Yeah.
yeah, I know. It was just like like you guys were talking about the mech behind Mavine or whatever.
Oh yeah, I know. That's totally unrelated. The images
sorry.
behind the images behind these characters. I just like fucking Tom's art, so I use it for all the characters. These are. I'm almost
Sorry, I'm
positive. That's okay. I'm almost positive that the thing on Mel is not an actual living sentient creature, but I just made it
It
that.
is now.
Yeah, Scallop is a real
Scallop.
person.
He's a parasite.
I'm
It's
almost
literally living off her.
I want to see Mel cook up some grub in a freaking Black Witch. I want to go to the mech
I think
canteen.
that's an Emperor mech, actually.
What's
I think
that?
it's just-
I think the mech in that one is either White Witch or Emperor. That's Emperor.
I don't think.
Behind Mel.
Nah,
That
What are you
that
just
really
looking at
looks
right
like
now?
a black witch with
That's
white
Black Witch.
paint.
Does it? Okay, they have the little loop.
Yeah.
Emperor has like weird spikes coming out.
Oh,
to
yeah.
Pharaoh.
He has, like, more of
Emperor.
the headdress
Holy
thing.
shit! What the fuck? Is there a psychopath trying to kill people?
Wow.
Sorry, no. We get like
Something
emergency notices now.
We get those.
The fuck?
Okay.
You either have to turn it off and ignore it. Oh well, I'm sure it's fine.
Uh,
Yeah, it's an amber. It's some sort of alert.
oh.
I'm sure it's fine. Don't worry, I'm strong.
B squared.
What?
I said B squared.
Be squeed.
I was just reading B squared in the bottom of the boundary map. That's all. Follow us.
Yeah, these characters are not related to what the mech's behind them.
B squared.
But yeah, all right, chat.
Well, hey,
B
squared life.
we are at our 5-hour limit.
Alright, ciao.
Chat, thank you for hanging out. The fact that all of you come and hang out and watch weird Lancer shit is hilarious. And you all make my nipples diamonds. Don't
Nice.
tell the Lancer Discord about my own lore, because it'll trigger them.
Or your nipples.
Or your
Tell
own
them, tell them about my nipples. That's okay.
It's not about your lore. Got it.
I'm waiting for the ban log talked about murder suits nipples.
Off stream, off Discord nipple talk. God, I want to die a hero. All right, good night, chat.
Thanks, nipple talk. Ciao.
We will see you next week for the arena
Bye.
and potentially some dire consequences to whatever the fuck these nerds get up to.
Bye, gamers.
Super dire.